left. Well, we're gonna start a new run. We're gonna start a new run, something. Any specific time of when you start the Voyagers collab? It'll be 3 a.m. EDT, I think we're on. Whatever Eastern US is at now. But yeah, so it'll be around 3 a.m. So if you're like not sure what the time zones are, about 1 hour before I normally end stream, we'll be switching over to Voyagers of Nira with FG squared, and then we're gonna go for several hours after that. We did do that after my normal stream time yesterday for like 2.5 hours. Before then, I started to get too tired where I could notice I wasn't talking as much as like, all right, I gotta wrap. But yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and start a new game. For those who are not familiar with Software Inc., this is a game where you run a software company, but it's got an incredible amount of depth that you can run your business in a whole lot of different ways. You can go to your competitors and you can snipe their talent and then, just basically pull away the important people from your competition so they can't operate effectively. You can patent troll. You can just do good, honest software. No one does that. If you want, you could take massive publisher deals, not deliver the software, fail the contract, get sued for breach of contract, but have an incredible legal department and win your suit so you can take the money from the publisher, not create the product, and walk away with it. You can embezzle your money into gold and all that to avoid paying taxes on it. It allows you to do a lot of things. But we're going to go ahead and make ourselves a brand new run, because we had a run going at the end of stream yesterday, but we only had about an hour into it, and it was in a little bit of a rocky spot, so I think we just go ahead and start a new one. This was the thing. There's an achievement in the game now called, it's like, that's very spiffing or something like that, and it is the one where you take a publisher deal, fail the deal, and then sue, and then win the lawsuit so you don't face the consequences. Alright, so we've got a bunch of these characters we've already made previously. Let's go ahead and just get ourselves set up. So we want to have Big Brain. We'll do Born Leader. And the reason we're doing this is Big Brain means whatever your primary skill is, there's no skill point limit. Which just basically means, like, if we are a leader, then I will be able to get, like, this maxed out. So we're going to go on everything but automation. But by having Big Brain, I can get these last 3 points, versus otherwise you'd eventually hit a cap and be done. Now, that does mean we won't be able to get these other ones maxed out, because these are kind of secondary concerns. Ooh. Yeah, so I'm looking at here. Let's be a little bit more picky on this. Yeah, so I'll have broad talents, but I'll focus on the stuff that we're going to have early game. Hardware won't be a thing we have early game. Now, because I'm taking Born to Lead, one of the things is Born to Lead does penalize everything that isn't a leadership skill. And then I'm getting rid of Get Stressed More Easily, because this is like one of the worst negatives in the game, because once your character starts stressing out, they stop working. So I've got all that. I do think we're going to keep it on the regular, like the standard difficulty and the starting year of 1980. We're going to start with just the basic loan it gives you. And we'll do... what are we calling the company? Because we usually do like mostly ethical whatever. Ethical-ish, so long as we loosely define ethical. Inc. And that is the name of our company. Alright. So, we have our choice of starting locations. Now, ultimately, I like to, in the long term, go with the empty lots, but you can choose to do city, town, or rural. The big catch we have is that it costs 50,000 to go there at all, and we have 25,000. So that's not going to work. So that means we got to start small. And for that, our only choices are Hardware Inc., Skyscraper Inc., or apartment or garage. The hardware location, while it has a lot more expansing ability and all that, probably not the win. But any of these three first ones would probably work out fine. So you're making Google? Well, the ethical-ish, mostly ethical, that's just what I use for like almost all of my Tycoon-style game names. We'll do some variation of that. We were starting with the apartment on the last one. These all have their pros and cons. I think this time, since we did the garage for the first one, then built up, and the last one we were messing with the apartment, let's go for the skyscraper this time, just to keep doing something different. But ultimately, the premise of the game is if you've ever played Game Dev Tycoon, it kind of has a similar start, except we're not focused exclusively on game dev. It's any type of software. So if we check here, I own this space. So let's go ahead and we're going to start by getting ourselves a workstation set up. So I got a desk, a chair. We got our brand new, straight out of the 1980s, as in 1980 itself, computer workstation. Gotta love it. We'll need a fire alarm so we don't get fined for not having basic fire code observed. We can put a bookshelf here. That gives us a mild productivity bonus. We can grab the wall clock, which also gives us a minor productivity bonus. We can get the inbox, which is your kind of generic all-around helps everybody. So you've got like a telephone, which gives a lot of benefit to people working in services. We've got our drawing tablet, which gives a lot of benefit to people working art. We've got the calculator, mostly helps programmers, but a little bit of lead. And then we got the inbox, which is relatively good for everybody. So I'm going to go ahead and do that, because our first person's going to end up being a jack of all trades by necessity. Actually, do we want to do that? So lead. We probably still want to do that. Yeah, so it looks like that gives the biggest bonus to lead anyways, which is what we're doing, so that's good. So we've got our workstation for our starting character. Now, a couple other things we're going to end up needing is, let's go over here and get ourselves a table. Because what I'm going to do now is we want to get a refrigerator. So we got a mini fridge. We'll need a couple of lights. Actually, I don't want to do that style lights this time. I usually do those style lights. Let's get the triangle light. Actually, looks like we could use one more. There, we got a bunch of like little blue lights on the floor. I don't know why. Alright, so that gives us lights to work with there. Now, because this isn't my building, I can't paint the walls and do a bunch of nonsense with that. So I believe that's the bare minimum to function here. We also probably want a water tank. And then later on we'll want like a vending machine and that kind of stuff. Now I'm immediately going to get a second desk. And a third desk. And a fourth desk. And a fifth desk. We're not going to be filling all those immediately. But now we have our first person will come in. And we're going to be trying to grow our team relatively quick to be able to produce our initial product. But we are going to have to do kind of a juggle where I need to work enough contracts to keep my people paid, and then also be able to start working on making our own stuff. You can survive long-term just doing contracts for other people. That thing. Oh, and today we are listening to in-game music. I found that when I changed the volume of stuff, the music started playing where normally it just doesn't, so I don't know what that was about. But there's that whole bit there. Because, like, the music's actually not bad. because the game was struggling with the same negative comment I have a lot about a lot of games with really good music, is it seems like there's a lot of games that are scared to play their music, and so they leave you these long spells of silence. You achieved a state of future food? Nice. I overate before stream. Okay. Alright, so we are here for work. Now, this one, we're just going to grab the most expensive contract we can, and we're going to go ahead and accept that. And I'm suddenly realizing, so let's not put the server in here. When we expand to have another space, let's go ahead and get our server set up here. So what I'm probably going to do is this is going to be our core team starting room. This will be reception. I'll move all our food and stuff in the back here, and also put servers back here. We'll also probably want a meeting space as our team grows. So the first thing we want to do now that we've got that started is we want to continue to grow our team. We're going to end up needing a designer, so we're going to check for compatibility. Specialization-wise, let's plan to have them specialize in system. And we want to filter by trait. I want big brain. I do not want born to lead or stressed, because born to lead makes you good as a leader, but bad at everything else. We don't want that. And then stress is just awful. So we're going to go ahead and get a designer who's got 2D capabilities. And so let's see if we got anyone here. Alright, so you're looking pretty good right now. So we've got Millicent there who's got, as far as design goes, can't do hardware right now. Yeah, but can't do hardware, but also has some programming skill as well. So welcome aboard, Millicent. And that'll be our first hire. So what ends up happening is gradually you'll see this bar up here fill up. That's basically we're at the design phase. We're kind of planning out the software, what it's going to be. One of the interpretations that a lot of people on the business side of things who don't know the trade of software is to make good software, you end up needing to do a lot of planning. That ultimately when it comes to the amount of time you put into software, you end up spending probably, I would argue, 3, 4, if not more times in the planning and processes of figuring out what it is you're making, why you're making it, how it serves the user, how you're going to approach the architecture, how you're going to design the software, how you're going to handle errors, like all these decisions before you really write any code. And it's not that you need to do it all up front. That can be its own problem going with the old waterfall method. But it is a thing that if you don't do the upfront work, then you start coding, you end up just having to backtrack and redo your work again and again as you adjust. And they do actually cover that in this game in the sense that you have, when I'm designing, you could do iterations. So you'll see like this is iteration 1. I can let it fill up and it'll do another iteration to entirely go again, which means a bunch more work. But that second iteration, once I get through it, it means the amount of bugs I have will be reduced. As well as it'll have a general higher quality. Now, we did finish that first contract, because basically, with the contracts, I don't have to like get it like to be super solid quality. It's pretty much get it designed, knock out some minimum bar of functionality, and get it out my door. Okay, so we've got our next person here. Before we get too far, I need to go to my stuff here. We're going to restrict the team to not work on more than 3 projects at the same time, because the more projects you split them between, the more they stress out, the faster. We're going to manage our roles. Rual is the team lead. And then we can go to HR management. They have a budget of $1 million. Rual will handle, setting their wages, adjusting their roles and all that. I'm setting this secondary one here so that they'll focus on their primary role, but if they got nothing else to do, they'll work on anything else they're capable of. So we're doing the everyone in this place is going to wear every hat. We are going to train up to 3 people at a time, as well as max out their training as much as we can. Specializations, we will train them in literally whatever specialization happens to be relevant. That's got pros and cons. I am going to do these settings here, but I'm probably not going to use the auto hire. We're going to manually hire for now. Oh, they're having a meeting, aren't they? Yep, so first day on the job, and we're having a meeting. Yep, that is some big business going on there. Meanwhile, while that big business is happening, let's go ahead and bring on our next hire. We're going to bring in a programmer. Again, I'm going to probably have them focus on systems to begin with. Same stuff. Sounds like my meetings. Ooh, okay. The not having 2D is pretty rough. So Seymour might be... Seymour, sorry. Seymour might be a thing. How does developing your own digital distribution store compare? You can actually make your own digital distribution store in the game and have that as your primary moneymaker. So that's actually a pretty good content. James here can handle the 2D end system and also has some art skill. So James might be an interesting choice. James is also a very interesting name. Because usually you hear James or Jamie, but that's just James. So I think we're between Seymour and James. So Seymour is a slow eater, which is fine, and then they're silent but deadly, which means no one will ride an elevator with them. Now, the big negative we have with Seymour is the lack of 2D skill. A lot of our projects are going to be 2D, and so they can learn it, but right now they got 0 in it, and getting that first skill point can be a bit rough. James here, on the other hand, doesn't have any audio skill. We'll end up doing audio down the road, but not immediately. That's kind of, do I want someone who can do design as well? Then hypochondriac calls in sick more often. I'm leaning towards this, because art usually... You'll need artists, but as far as quantity, they tend to be lower. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and bring Seymour on. So one thing I'm going to do I didn't do last time. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, so this... That'll be Rual's desk. Okay, we've already got the first level design there. You'll see I'm just trying to, like, key up one task after the other. Oh, I should have set that one. Actually, we can still do it. Assign lead. So Millicent is going to be lead because we don't know how creative Millicent is. So Millicent is a designer. So let's go ahead and see if we have any of the things we could put on the desk that help designers more than what we've already got. Because I genuinely just don't remember. So designer, that's a pretty decent bar. That doesn't help much. That doesn't help much. That doesn't help much. Okay, so the inbox is already going to be good for the designer. We'll go ahead and we will assign that to Millicent. And then Seymour is going to be our programmer. So it's looking like the calculator will do better for them. Let's go ahead and yoink this. Put the calculator down here. And then this is going to be Seymour's desk. And Rual has been here for like 30 seconds. Oh, I think you just interrupted. I thought for a moment he crashed the computer. You should be doing more things. Why are you not doing those things? Every task is a secondary task. Yeah, so you should be assigned to be able to work on anything. Yeah, so I have them getting up mid-using the computer is the issue there, which is fine. Okay. And we've done the minimum requirement for that task. So we got our pay. And then the next day we'll bring in our programmer. So I'm putting a little bit more effort into getting each person set up with their stuff to help them do their job. So you go and get that one, grab the next contract. This time, so we're gonna grab Millicent. And the reason I'm having Millicent be the designer on something that's not really our project is there's an idea about how creative your people are. And the way you find that out is you have them lead making different projects and all that. And then as they complete, they'll get graded. Yeah, so Millicent is between 0% creativity and 75% creativity. So we know they're slightly less than awesome or terrible. We just know they're not really good. They're either good-ish or terrible. Alright, so that's fine. Okay, so we are going to have to go and we'll be bringing in a cleaning person. Because you end up needing one, so we'll just put that person on the schedule. We can advance the day to when everyone's back here. And then with the new day starting, we'll have our programmer will be on board. And then with that, let's bring in our next person. The next person is going to be our artist. We'll have them focus on 2D as well. We're going to begin looking here. So we do have one that has better compatibility at the beginning, but we can work on making the compatibility stuff work through having them do lots of meetings and socializing and building friendships. Okay, so none of these have dual anything. So we'll take the person who's already got a slightly higher compatibility. They do have cup holder, which means occasionally they'll just break their computer. So, you know, that's cool, I guess. But we'll bring them on board. We'll go ahead and get rid of this. And then we can go ahead and we will add a drawing tablet onto that, because that gives the artist an incredible boost. And then we can assign that to our new person here, which was Galen. Alright, let's get our next contracts in here. So what's going to end up happening here is we keep taking these contracts, and we're using that to give us an early influx of money. Okay, so Millicent we now know is between 40 and 70% creativity. So we know they're slightly worse than their previous possibility best, and slightly better than the worst we thought they could be. Sometimes you'll have it where the whole thing, it just shifts, like, you only know they're worse or you only know they're better. Sometimes they'll bring it in from both sides. You just keep doing it, each time they work on something, it'll narrow it down. Until you know exactly how creatively talented they are. Now, having a designer that's not creative talent is fine. You just don't want them to lead projects. Alright, we got our meetings. Now, meetings in this game, they ultimately boil down to they help with team cohesion. There's a team cohesion kind of stat here. Right now it's at 2.5% because everyone's brand new to working with each other, and I am routinely adding more people. But what ends up happening is the team cohesion will build up as they work, and they get through their days. And we can keep all that moving. And the reason I'm trying to keep 2 of these projects going is there's kind of the design phase of the project, which is one set of skills, and the development phase of the project, which is a separate set of skills. So I want people in both phases to be working on stuff a little bit. So I promote that to the development phase and I immediately queue up the next one so our designers can keep designing. You know, do what you got hired for and what you're good at. Now, as time goes on, we'll stop having these really tiny contracts. And I think we're over the line, so we can go ahead and end that one. But we will want to expand to the point that we get a receptionist, because once I get a receptionist, then I can take on partnerships. And they fill kind of the exact same gap as this. Existing stuff. Alright, so we want to bring on our next employee. Let's go get a service person. And I'm going to bring one in for support, and I'll probably bring one in for marketing. Let's go ahead and check this. Okay, you do support and marketing both. You do support and law. Support and law. Support and marketing. Yeah, so you do a little bit of support and a little bit of marketing, so that's the best of both worlds, so welcome aboard. Now, that's going to be the catch there, is let's check on this. This is where things will get a little bit messy. Because for service, the telephone is by far the best, but it creates a lot of noise, which upsets the people working around them. So what you're going to do is you're going to put this over here, and I'm going to put a cubicle wall between them to dampen the sound a little bit. That does hurt their ability to socialize with their teammates, which slows the rate at which you build cohesion and make friendships and all that. But they're going to work a lot better with that, and we can go from there. Alright. Well, I need to set you to my new person. So there's Leah. And go ahead and grab our contract. Okay. Yeah, so the early game is basically churning through contracts enough to like get some stuff going. There's other routes you can start the game. Like you can start the game where you just take a big loan and like do the do or die where you just try your best to you just try your best to make it happen kind of deal. All right. And actually, it's Seymour Butts. No, it was, I can't remember. It was Seymour Smith or something like that. Alright. So what I'll probably do is the next in-game day, we will expand to taking over this space so I can make an area for, like, our secretary, all that stuff. Because without a secretary, that's not what I want. Without a secretary, you can't get partnerships. And we'll want to get that going. Oh, I shouldn't have queued that up. It's fine. We'll get those done. And most likely what we'll do next is we'll grid ourselves another designer. Yeah, start over. Well, we did lose yesterday's run during the beginning. And I had a second run that I started about an hour before we switched games for the part with FG. And rather than continuing that one, I was like, you know what, let's just start fresh. We were only like an hour into that run. And we had already kind of did the thing where I overcommitted and made some not so amazing decisions on how I approach stuff there. Okay, so let's go ahead and get this space over here. That's going to increase my monthly bill by $4,000. So it's not a small ask. So grab this, and with that, we're going to move you in here. Move you in there. We'll want the clock and the fire alarm and the bookshelf. And I'll put a couple of little lights there just because. We need to put in the reception desk. So that way we can do the partnership stuff. So yeah, so we've got a couple things for food and all that over here. I also, I'm going to go in here real fast. We're going to put a desk back here. We're going to plunk a server down on that, because then we can start using the servers for stuff. And with that, that means I am going to hire ourselves. We're going to want a receptionist. We will ultimately need an IT person and a maintenance person. I'm going to wait until something needs doing to bring them on. Because once I bring them, I'm going to want to keep them there. Okay. That does mean I've got another computer over here in the corner. Let's see about bringing another person here. So we probably want to bring on a designer. Because again, this is all like the planning and all that for the software at the beginning. Okay, so I've got a... It sucks that this one also doesn't have 2D, but they've got level 2 in system, and then they also got programming as their background, so I think we're going to be bringing Constance on. They also are good at making friends, so that'll help out there. Then this will be Constance's computer. And the reason we're bringing on multiple designers is, as I mentioned, there's a lot of upfront you do with software dev on that side of things. So Constance won't be here. So Millicent will take on this one again so we can continue to see how good they are. And we are going to put that on the server. Okay. And what we want to do is get switched over doing partnerships as soon as we can. And what I'm going to try to do this time with the partnerships is we'll take on a partnership, make sure we can, meet its necessities, and basically try and have the partnerships just cover our needs there. Okay. And then we'll do is we're going to start getting ourselves our own products made. Maybe a specialist 2D person makes sense, because that is your whole. Well, we're starting with system because I could do stuff like antivirus without having 2D. We will need 2D. All right, so Millicent went more up than down. We only went down as the max of possible quality by 1%, but we went up like 7 or 8. Can you tell us something about what they are making so it's less abstract? So right now what's going on is we're just taking contracts. So like this is a logistics application that we're doing for another one. The thing is I'm going through like each day knocking out 2 or 3 small projects real fast. We will have more time that we actually dedicate to making our own products. Right now we're just doing contracts for other people where they're like, make this widget, we just knock it out real fast. Make that widget, we knock it out real fast. So we're not really working on anything of substance yet. We're just doing whatever random task we get asked to do. Or that we agree to do, not asked. We're just doing that real fast. It's like right now it's just a logistics app of unspecified design. And then we can grab another one where now we're making an embedded system. Yeah, so you're basically spent, that's fine. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. What I think we'll do is the next in-game day, I might have them start work on our first application. So we're going to start trying to make a name for ourselves. And that's where things will get tricky. Now, people have a whole bunch of different strategies for this game. Like, there's one strategy around early on having like 2 different teams, like this is your contracts team and then this is your I make products team. Generally I usually have my core team, which is like my jack of all trades team that I use to fill in whatever needs filling in. Expected quality, bad. Yep. Alright, come on. So deal-wise, alright, filter, we can't do manufacturing or printing. So those deals are a bust when they happen. Because this is not my own business, like location-wise, I don't have the ability to dualize things. What is your order where you've all sat down and are waiting? Now, it would be nice if I could get a printing thing going. I would go ahead and get you on the list. Remote, okay. Get this out of here, okay. Satisfactory quality work. All right, so we're working on our logistics app. Okay. All right, so we've got an actual design partnership. We could take that on immediately. Because with that now, I could start working on that and realize it's expected quality perfection reward almost none. Now, ideally, I'd probably like to get one dev project and one design project going at the same time. Partnership. Now, the big advantage of the partnership is this is going to pay me $40,000 a week, regardless of what its status is at the time. I like how many people are just like absolutely just, you know, we've never heard of these people. They've done a couple little contracts yet. All right, perfect. Development, end of next year, boom. So that's probably what we want so far as our contracts. Like, obviously, if we can get a support contract, that'd be nice. Unless you're, like, way out there. You're pretty far out there. Right, let's overindulge a little bit. Because that one... Into that. There is an alarming number of people looking to... Alright, so we'll have this being worked on. So let's get the first thing done here. As the priority. We do have a marketing contract as well for 80,000. Okay. So we've got contracts of like each sort of discipline. So we are going to scale up to handle these. I mean, my secretary already left, so I don't know why you're still here. $50 printer stat. Well, that's the thing. Because of the location we have, I can't really do anything with that. Alright, so the next move is we need people. Alright, so that'd be for a programmer. And 2 general purpose / designers. Alright. We can go in here. We'll have, grab 2 designers. And I'd like to dual purpose them as best we can. We'll see what happens here. This window to be bigger so I can actually see all the things they have. So you interestingly have leadership skills. I don't need multiple leaders on the team. Okay, so we don't have any that could be dual purpose or whatever. So that's fine. We have 1, 2. And assign them to these computers. So we've got Vicky and Willie. And then we're going to get a programmer. And again, I'm looking for people ideally who can do multiple talents. So you might be able to fill in where we have the systems gap. Carmen there. Yeah, so Carmen would fill in where we have the system gap. They also have some skill in law and accounting, which might be usable. Okay. And so then this will be Carmen's desk. Alright. So what we'll do is the next in-game day is I'm probably going to go upstairs a little bit and try and get some of the other stuff knocked out. Okay, so now we're just working on our partnerships and not contracts anymore. So the good news is we should get a pretty good payout from all that. So, we need to go and get some of the stuff resolved. So let's get another space here. Then I'm gonna lease this. I need to grab that stuff. Oh, you don't have fire sprinklers. 1 second, we're violating fire code, which will get us in trouble. Any place you have occupancy, you need a fire alarm and a fire sprinkler. Alright. We can grab this desk setup, move you here. So that's now our service department of the team. Which I might have to do more than that to prevent the noise, but we'll see what we get there with that. Alright. So we got room for another software developer slash designer. Oh, another thing I want to do that I forgot about the last time because it's been a while. Let's go to... Where was it on here? It was schedule. So vacation. You can do vacation anytime during the year you want. And the reason I'm doing that is that way the vacation should broadly get more spread across the year. Alright, so let's go here. We can grab ourselves another programmer, I think. And if we're lucky, we'll get some better things. There's also, you have your reputation score at the top for like completing contracts and partnerships. That has a lot of things that aren't super obvious that are useful. Yeah, so Emerson will be brought on board. We'll go ahead and get rid of that little notepad there. This is Emerson's desk. And we'll add a calculator. And some of the things about the reputation score that aren't as obvious is you'll get a better candidate pool of people to hire. Alright, so I've got room for 5 more service people, which I'm going to need for that marketing contract. So let's go ahead and do that. So service, specialization, marketing. We can do marketing and support. You've got 2 in marketing. Let's bring you on. And you also could do a little bit of art. You've got marketing and leadership. I'll bring you on. So that's 2. I can grab 3 more. You could do design and marketing. Grab 2 more. One more, and there was one who could do marketing and support. Okay. And that's everyone we can do right now. So assign an employee. There's Allie. Assign an employee. Angela. Assign an employee. Fabian. Mitch. And who am I missing? We have Leah. Was it Graham? Alright. Because right now we're going to blow this marketing contract until we get more people in. So we want to get that sorted out where I got enough people able to work on that to make sure we meet our needs on that. There we got a development contract. We're not going to worry about that right now. Okay. And from here, we want to give our team a little bit of time to build up cohesion, because we're at 6% cohesion, which is awful. Yeah, so you got 15 months to get the sniffer guard done. We've got 20 months to get, so we're working on an antivirus software called Sniffer Guard 9 for one client. We are helping design Print Studio 2, a 2D editor, and we're working on Spectrum View 4, which is a computer operating system for a client. And then we're also marketing a game called Mars Evolved 2. That's what we currently do in this company. Okay, that's Leah's computer, but currently they're not here. Alright, so we had our employee couldn't find any food to eat. We're going to need to deal with that. So for right now, we're going to go ahead and put the cubicle back there. Or sorry, the vending machine back there. We can shove a cubicle wall along the side to dampen its noise a little bit. And that should help with the food issue. Alright. So I'm really hoping we manage to have enough people to get that marketing budget, because that's a lot of money I'm making on that one. That one contract can basically pay for my staff right now. Come on, just a little longer. Ah, you're 1,000 short. You'll probably have it the next day. Okay. So with that, what we're probably going to do next is I'm going to start queuing up our own software. Yeah, so we're taking a little bit of a reputation hit because we're not quite fulfilling our obligations on the marketing budget side. But we are going to queue up our first piece of software. Now I'm going to go with antivirus. So it's going to be Terrible AV. We are going to make it subscription based in 1980. And we're going to go ahead and give it all the key features to make sure we have an expected interest of 100%. We're wasting a little bit of effort, but we'll get that going. I'm not going to use a publisher. The lead designer. Who's got the highest opportunities? So the lead designer will make that Constant Moore, because we know they have at least 17% skill, but we don't know anything past that. We will use our server to manage the project. We will go to advanced. We're going to create a brand new framework for ourselves, which is called Terrible API. For operating systems. So right now, if we look at the market out there, we've got Terrible OS 3 is pretty much, or sorry, Infinity OS 3 is the only operating system that's really got a relevant market share. So that actually works out really well, because that means I only need to support the one operating system. Let's see, how close to an actual software company was this? I mean, as far as how it works, it's actually pretty decent. Let's auto balance our stuff here. It's interesting, so if I do what my competition's doing, it's really not going to cover it. I wonder why they're all clustered down there when it's just not meeting the needs of the customer. But yeah, no, it's got a lot of stuff that you actually have in software dev in real life. Of just the things you gotta deal with. So you have, like, people have the burnout, you have people who are more, like, inspirational software developers and all that when it comes to creating projects versus those who are, you know, just better working on, like, you know, getting the work done. There's a lot of, like, lead-in design time before you do any coding whatsoever if you want to create a product with any success. Marketing is immensely important and all that. So there's very, very much a whole thing around it. Like, obviously, it's still gamified and all that, but it does hit a lot of the realities of software dev. Let me go ahead and do a shout out here for Jonathan Ong. For those who know Jonathan Ong, absolutely fantastic content creator, does a lot of music stuff, has an amazing talent where basically, instead of just being a performing channel where, you know, just play song, call it a day, we'll actually sit there and be like, okay, you know, people can request for John to play a song, and he'll go over and be like, oh, okay, let's go figure this song out. He'll listen to it, and he'll get to the point where he actually goes and he remakes the song, like doing it all on his like piano, has various instruments in the studio and all that, to like effectively not do like a cover of it. I wouldn't necessarily do that, but like kind of walks through like replaying the entire song and everything from scratch. So it's not just, you know, it's not just go, here's like my playlist, let's run through it. It's way, way, way cooler stuff. Like way, way more. It's like it's amazing to see the process, especially when it comes up to like it'll be a song that John's never heard before, and you know it'll take like, you know, what do you say, like half an hour to get through the whole process or so, but go from never hearing the song before to playing something that is like really a good, you know, like a good example of it that, you know, at the core it's the same. Obviously there'll be bits of differences here and there, different choices so far as like instruments and whatnot, but it's amazing stuff to listen to, so highly, highly, highly recommend. It's also a really good channel for if you can't pay attention to a stream, you just want to listen. Having that music going on in the background can be a lot of fun. As you gotta expect an indie software dev writing a game about being an indie dev software dev knows about indie dev software works. Yeah, but there's a whole thing about approaching it and then gamifying it, all that, because you do need to gamify these, because, you know, being fun is a important aspect of the, you know, games and whatnot. Alright. So we did manage to meet the needs of our contract today. So that's good news. What are we short on for this contract? It primarily needs... Yeah, so it'll need some more system devs. Which we also need more system devs, so that works out. So since we're making all of this money, as a person who never worked in a corporate environment, it's like the only window you have into what this is like. Oh man. Corporate work is a very... It's a very interesting experience. I have worked like very startup kind of businesses. I have worked like very corporate. I've worked local government. I've done a whole bunch of stuff. There is a method to the madness when it comes to corporate work. It can be very frustrating at times, and it can get in its way in a lot of ways. But there's definitely a thing when you get to that scale, you know, there's a lot of stuff you have to do. Oh, that's not what I want. I want the clock. We're gonna go ahead and we're getting a new office, so I got some stuff to boost productivity. So we've got, you know, your whole cubicle barrier thing, because this is effectively a glorified call center right now for all of our support people. I'm going to start making a dedicated design area, I think. Actually, do we want to go with a dedicated design area? Yeah, we can do a dedicated design area. Let's grab your desk. Because we gotta pack people in like sardines. It's the only way. Alright. The building tools are fantastic in this game, too. Yeah, no, they do a really good job about giving you options, like, duplicate stuff. There is definitely some weaknesses where you're like, hey, can I, like, grab stuff and mirror it and all that kind of stuff? That would be really nice that it doesn't have that. But yeah, so they've got, like, the concept of burnout in the game, so this person has, like, a stress gauge here. So you look at, like, how happy they are with their job will affect that. But as they start to stress out, their productivity starts to tank. Generally, if they were friends with a bunch of their coworkers, they'll be a little bit better about working, you know, more effectively together. There's the idea of team cohesion, where as you hire more people in, it reduces the team cohesion. It takes a while to get used to working together, that kind of thing. They do a really good job of representing a lot of those different concepts. Alright. So I know I said it was going to be design, but I've partially lied. We're gonna go ahead and remove these here, because these give a generic bonus to everything, kind of. What I want to do is I'm gonna make 5 programmers and 5 designers. So let's go to our office stuff, because for whatever reason the game's like, oh yeah, to be better at being a programmer, you need a calculator. No. You got a really big calculator right there. Um. Okay, so let's go here. We're gonna go check design people. We're going to give them a specialty. We want to be in systems. All right. Do we have any who got some real talented systems? All right. Juanita is going to be joining us. Has a talented systems and also could do a little bit of art. And then we're going to get Marguerite, who also has a talent in systems and apparently can do mild amounts of support. And then between the others, there's not a whole lot that stands out. So 1, and we want 2 others. Yeah, and all the other ones. Do we have any that have a specialty in antivirus? Who didn't suck? No. All right, so okay, so I believe we just hired 5 of them on board. In 1980, you'd have to save your work, close the editor, launch the calculator. This is true, but also you tend not to need a calculator doing software dev most of the time. All right, so let's go ahead and assign these ones. So we got Carmelo. It's gonna sit there. We got German. It's gonna sit there. We got Juanita. Go sit there. We've got Marguerite. Go sit there. And Odell. Gonna sit there. The only reason I'm being very focused about it is because we are doing a mixed team of all sorts of stuff. I'm trying to make sure the people with certain roles are at workstations that have stuff that make them better at their roles. As opposed to just broadly doing them everywhere. Can we also get a shout out for Sherry Kind, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Does a lot of stuff like RimWorld, really good times over there. Does a bit of variety as well. So definitely good times there. So now we could get 5 programmers. Yeah, so doing games and demos recently. All right, so let's go ahead. Now we want programmers with a specialty in system. Okay. We're looking for ones that have multiple disciplines or are like level 2 in systems. And they all suck. Every last one of them. You know what? We'll check again next month. We looked at our candidate pool, and we were left wanting. Because not one of them had level 2 in systems, and not one of them had, like, they could do system, or, like, programming and design, or programming and art, or programming and support. They were all strictly programmers who lacked talent. If we don't start getting that done more reliably, then it is. I mean, we are offering a low salary, so there is a certain part of this, the fact that my Kaladin pool options are crap, does have to do with the fact that I'm unwilling to pay them. That's all you gotta do. You just gotta find a sucker. I mean, someone who is willing to accept a bit lower pay. So Darlene here has some capability of support and marketing, and on top of that, can do level 2 systems. So welcome, Darlene. Oh, and look at that. Ollie here has both systems and 2D at 2 things, so welcome Ollie. Can also lead, but I don't need them for that. So that talent is going to go to waste. And Crystal here could do those and also minor design skill. Love to see it, love to see it. So yeah, so we still would need 2 more people. I think I'm willing to take 2 people that will train up wherever they're needed, so boom and boom. So let's bring on our new people here. So there's Darlene. There's Charlotte. Crystal. Rosalie, are you a bad boss? I mean, so when I play these games, I actually tend to be not the worst boss. What I do tend to do is, as far as ethics on what we do to our consumers, that is maybe not great, considering we're making a subscription-based software in 1980. And believe me, I am going to be making a 2D editor pretty early on that'll be subscription-based in like 1981 or 1982, where Adobe can get out of the way with its horrific monetization strategies. We'll show them who can nickel and dime the customer in other ways. All right. So we've got our staff all working. So the big thing is we want to make sure we don't end up with a bunch of people idle. Our margins are usually too thin. Yeah, no, I saw that. I wouldn't even call it cut the fat today because that implies it's not a useful thing versus Oracle just did a big layoff. Yeah, usually when people say cut the fat, it's like, oh, you know, people you don't need. And broadly speaking, a lot in tech is cutting people and then bringing those people back in, but like, you know, bringing people into those positions back in at a lower pay, or just simply making the rest of the company absorb the extra work and all that. It's pretty awful and it's very unsustainable, but they keep doing it. It's pretty grim. Yeah, no, in real life the open floor plan is pretty awful to deal with. Just people kind of watching you at all times, all the noise and all that. If they don't go out of business, it worked. Yeah, but I mean, there's a lot of times that it's self-defeating stuff that genuinely by not doing those things, they could just make better money. There's so many investments you see different individuals and companies make that you're like, literally, if you just didn't do any of that, you would be in better footing. Like the number of companies that invest in AI that ultimately it just does not work out, and it's just this huge investment that any approach to any logic would go, this is not going to pan out. It's like burn a whole bunch of money and then they lay people off on the other side of it. Yep, and again, check out Cherry Kind. Absolutely fantastic. Alright. So, we're working on getting the competition's AI, or not AI, antivirus done. We are still trying to work on ours. The issue I have right now is I've got too many projects here, so we're spreading our people too thin. So I'm going to actually bump us up over the priority of Spectrum View. So we start working on... You know what? I'm going to put ours at the top. Because I want them actually working on this. We do need to hit... can we hit those deadlines if I do that? I mean, we did bring a bunch of designers. Holy crap, you're bringing on so much stuff here. Okay. Yeah, so we just need to let our team cohesion build up more. We are making plenty of money right now. But we want to go ahead and continue to work to get these partnerships sorted out. And I want to wind down some of those partnerships so we can work on our own software. Yeah, no, it's we don't need to get into like a lot of grammar stuff. All right, so why are you struggling down here? You seem to be unhappy. You have a lot of stress. Why are you stressed out? I feel stressed. That's cool. I don't know why though. I mean, I see it's undermining your effectiveness. Is getting stressed if they have too many complex tasks at once. Imagine paying a yearly subscription for a DOS. Oh, what do you mean yearly? You mean monthly. We don't do yearly. This is a monthly subscription service. Okay. Yeah, so this person's not getting much work done. They're stressing out because they're tasked with too many different projects at once. I'm surprised they're actually having problems with that. We've got them set to never have more than 3 ongoing projects at once. Gotta pay extra for each color? Well, yeah. We give you the monochrome pack for free. Imagine the cost for the dial-up backend required to do the DRM check. Yep. And that half the time you can't use your software because you can't reach the server. And it's a toll call they pay. Yep. Absolutely. So yeah, so we're giving our people time to skill up. One thing I can potentially do that might be beneficial is I could bring on someone at a higher pay that is someone who's like got some solid like design and programming skill, and then make them a mentor and just have them help with training all the other people. It still goes slowly. Training in this game, it's very effective, but it takes a lot of time. It's not a fast thing. So we are routinely meeting our marketing goal. We're not going to go and get more on there, because that's what got me in trouble last time. We've got more than enough, oh good, we got fined for failing to pay our tax, or failing to file our taxes. We don't have an accountant, so that's just going to be a thing. I'll put it on the list just in case we end up getting an accountant. Yeah, so what we want to do here is we want to try and get this done as much as we can. And what we're watching for right now is, are we managing to hit these marks? And down here we have idle employees. If we start seeing that we get a bunch of idle employees. If we get a bunch of idle employees, it means there's some discipline, whether it's, you know, our artists or our designers or our programmers, or someone who I just don't have work for them to do. And in that case, we would want to make sure to take on something they can work on. Because otherwise we're paying their salaries, which is very expensive, to not get what we need out of them. Yeah, so what are you stalled on? So you're stalled on systems, people. Which is honestly probably good, because I do have 5 programmers who are capable of doing that, and then 5 who should be able to get there soon. Well, relatively speaking. But yeah, so you have employee training, so we can actually look in here and go to their skills. And we can see that actually the main, our owners thing. Oh, and we have hit the point where we need IT. Alright, so let's bring in an IT person, and we'll also bring in a maintenance person. Because I completely forgot about that. Yeah, so we have some of our people are not able to work as efficiently because their computers are breaking, and that computer's actively on fire, so, you know, that's not really ideal. So we're going to go ahead and we'll have an IT personnel come in every morning to start working on the computers. We knew it was coming, it was just a matter of us waiting for us to need the IT person before we got them on payroll. Glad you got fire alarms. It's just a call center. What have they been doing to that computer? One of our people, what is it, there's one of the negative traits that's like, I think it's cup holder, which makes it so they randomly will break their computer. The implication is that they're using their computer as a cup holder. Okay, is that realistic in a building full of techies that nobody can fix their own computer? I wouldn't say it's realistic that nobody can fix their computer. I would simply say there are people who are busy doing their other jobs to, you know, fix someone else's computer, and usually you don't want to give just random people power user and administrative roles. You very much don't want to have just anyone being able to get like admin and all that kind of stuff. Like, very genuinely, we talked about before as a software developer, it's kind of one of those things that when you're brand new and you know nothing, you don't want much access to your computer. Then when you know kind of enough to get yourself in trouble, but not enough to get yourself out of, you get really moody about being like, hey, I just give me admin access so I can just do this. Like, it's getting in my way. And then you can get to that point where you start becoming like a senior developer and you go back to being like, I don't want admin access. I shouldn't have this outside of the very narrow time that I need it. If I don't immediately need admin access, I don't want it. So it's like the full circle side of it, where you start to realize you and your day-to-day should not need admin access. If you do, something is wrong with the way your business is operating. It's just the same, you don't want to have like access to the production database as a software developer. You should not need to interface with the production database on any kind of day-to-day there. Okay, so we actually did lose our marketing partnership. Mostly probably the fact that we were likely failing to reliably service it. So I just replaced it real fast. We're trying to keep our people focused on hitting these other marks, though. Because the whole time they're working on training, they're going to be skilling up, getting better. Our team cohesion will go up, which means they work a bit more effectively amongst each other. Bro, we got a vibe code test in production. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. There was a group I saw that they were saying they're going, oh, don't worry, we would never use generative AI in our product. We just use vibe coding to generate code. It's like, so you're using generative AI. It's like it's literally in the name, man. You are generating code. It is generative AI. It's just structured around code as opposed to images. It's still Gen AI. You eventually split out teams design. So normally that's the thing I usually do early on is I'll have my core team, but usually by now I would actually have a dedicated design team and a dedicated like software development team or like programmer team. Sorry, not software dev. It's all software dev. A dedicated programmer team, dedicated support team. But I've been getting myself in trouble in the last couple runs where I very early did that on. And the overhead I was introducing by having that many leaders for like having a leader behind a team of like 3 people and all that kind of stuff that could get, you know, problematic, that level of overhead. So in this case, I'm leaning in that we're going to make our main team, our core team, a little bit larger so they can hopefully handle our internal projects. And then we'll end up, as we start having a particular need for a lot more, then we'll end up breaking that into another group. Got to bump you up in a priority. We're going to miss the deadline on that one. Yeah, so you two go up there. Okay. So we're trying to make this kind of your jack-of-all-trades team. So I could kind of have them churn away at stuff. And then what we'll end up doing is making a dedicated, like, design team that'll start putting stuff off to design and working on that. And so that'll support. Your teams might be too diverse for the 1980s. Well, yeah, like I said, it is a thing I get myself in trouble in this game a lot, where I end up branching out way too early as far as that, and it ends up getting you in trouble. It's also a thing where you can grow way too fast and get yourself in trouble as well, because like while you have the contracts rolling in, you're good, and then the moment the contracts start to slow down, things get real bad. Let's see, we can't get this couple percentage knocked out. I have to deliver that this month. It doesn't technically have to be 100%, but like the more you miss it by, the more likely you are to not meet the quality expectations that you get in trouble. And we had our marketing contract went away again already. That one we weren't failing it either. Oh my goodness. That is a big marketing campaign. We definitely want that to happen. Getting 100,000 a month? All right, 97%. Can we make 98? Nope. All right, so we're gonna promote that. And we're not gonna do any bug fixes and kick it out the door. There is your antivirus product. All right. So that was our dev people. So we'll want to bring on another one of the dev contracts. So we have this one. So we'll need level 2 audio people. We don't really have level 2 audio people. Okay, so we only need level 1 2D and level 2 system. We'll bring that as our new dev contract. Okay. Does your company have a name? Yeah, so our company name here, I believe we can pull it up here, is Ethical-ish so long as we loosely defined Ethical Incorporated. And out of the companies, we are currently valued at 407,600. Oh, that's our bank account. We're ironically, our net worth and our bank account are one and the same. In other words, it implies our people, our IP, and our property have no value. Look, staff, I didn't want to say it, but when I say you're worthless, we're talking monetarily. You are, in fact, lacking of any value. Alright. So what we'll probably do here is, because we are pulling in pretty decent money, let's go ahead and open up a new space. And it'll bring up the requirements here. I also just realized I don't have sprinklers in a bunch of these, which is a fire code violation. And if we get inspected, I'll get in trouble. And you've got yours. It's just that one there that was in violation. And check out Allison Adventures, our fantastic content creator. Someone I highly recommend checking out. Good times over there. Let's see, you like mostly ethical business model here? It's the best one so far. The poor person sitting right at the bathroom door where they're crowded in their space. That poor person just would have an awful time. Alright, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 desks there. So let's go ahead and bring on our new team. Who is idle and why? Why are you idle? There should be plenty of System 2 work for you. Oh, you're design, not dev. Huh. Okay, well, carry on, I guess. Alright, so let's go ahead and hire a new employee. So we're looking for a team lead with a secondary in design. We'll go for a medium salary. We don't care about the compatibility because it's a new team. We want you to have an HR focus. We want you to be born to lead. Ideally. So change your thing, because we're going to be going design. So you'd be really good, except you literally can't do systems. That's our candidate right there. Born to lead, big brain. They've got 2 in everything but 2D, which we'll just live with. Maxed out art, HR, and socialization. That's a pretty good leader for this team, so go ahead and bring you on board. Now you can grab your design team, schedule, vacation. You can take vacation anytime during the year you want, so you don't take it all at the same time. We'll make you the leader of this team. We'll have HR roles here, so you can deal with hiring and firing and all that. So you handle promotions and all that. If you're not doing design, do literally whatever you can. You can have 3 people training at the same time. That's all fine. I don't have a focus for you right now. Traits, big brain, no leadership, and no stressed. Okay. So let's double check our numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then this room is for the design team only. So manage. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Just quadruple checking. So you will go in here to HR manager and you're going to hire yourself 10 designers. And then meanwhile, this is now core space only. This is core team only. And this is core team only. What was causing all the big brains? What was causing all the big brains last night? I mean, I'm deliberately telling them to get big brain. Like that is a trait I'm saying I require you to have. And for those who don't know what big brain is, that one. Big brain means within your own primary discipline, you don't have a limited number of talent points you can unlock. So you can fully master whatever it is discipline you're working in. All right. So Mitchell Newman, our brand new, just hired lead for the other team who has not begun their first day, is requesting a 1.1% raise. Has not begun their first day yet. Oh, right, I haven't assigned you to anything. That's kind of important. All right, design is on it. Design is on this. And design is on that. So design is now helping with all design projects. Okay. So keep all that going. Why did you not remove core from the design phase? Because right now core has a lot of designers as well. I will likely hand off some things to be the design team exclusively, but my core team is designed to be able to work on everything, whereas design is specialized to only do design. But the core team does have something like 6 or like 8 or so designers on it. And we're coming up on a deadline here, so we want to push to try and get that across the finish line. All right. We have our filing taxes coming up due. It's all good. Running out of time for pushing out this design. We got 2 months left to get that done. That's because we took on a lot of design tasks. Alright, so primarily what we've got right now is we got this really, really big marketing partnership that's paying most of our salaries. I've also got 3 other minor partnerships. Is each day a month? Yes, by default. You can make months up to 8 days long in the game, which does make the game easier. Even though everything is scaled up, it gives you more flexibility where if you start falling behind in something, you can micro it a little bit better to help you succeed more. It gives you a little bit more time to react as things change. You notice your money's off balance, you have more time to deal with it. So instead of having 1 day to fix when you start falling behind, you've got like your 8 days before the bankruptcy game overs you. So you've got time to be like, okay, where am I cutting? Like, am I cutting people? Like, is there a place I can make more income? You get a lot more time to react and figure it out. I think we're going to miss on this one. Oh, I don't have enough 2D people. That's the problem. Out of my design team, I don't have enough people who are talented in 2D to get that one done. We'll do what we can, but we're probably going to blow that contract. Is that design stalled in the projects? Yeah, so this one's stalled. There's a little gauge over here that shows like how many people I have in different skill sets. And this one requires 2D. And so unfortunately with the 2D stuff, I have a bunch of tasks here that need 2D with people who have a 2nd level skill, and I only got 1 person in the entire company who's qualified for that. So that's not gonna, we're gonna just go ahead and push it. You know what? They were actually happy with it. I thought because we were far enough off. Are they on leave? Oh, I have no idea. 1 person wouldn't be enough to get it done anyways. I'm not failing these marketing ones, so I'm a little surprised that I have to keep, like, re-upping these. Because we're hitting the budget. Okay, so I've got 1 design partnership, 1 development partnership, our own product, and a marketing partnership. And I am deliberately focusing on those. If we get to the point where the marketing partnership's getting done on a pretty timely manner, I'll grab 1 support partnership as well. And it's because I'm trying to have work for all of my different disciplines to work on while we're waiting for our own projects to cook. Okay, we got 1 idle person who is a support person on my core team, who is only able to do marketing. Which, oh, we got a lot of idle people now. So the bulk of the design team have gone idle. Right, because you need... Alright, so let's go ahead. If we got that many idle people, let's go ahead and get design. So you would require 2D audio, can't help ya. 2D audio, can't help ya. 2D audio, can't help ya. Only level 1 audio. 2D... Or 2D... There we go. There we go. This will be a good one for it. So we'll bring on core and design to work on that project. So that way, some of our people here who have no work to do right now, we get them working. Because we gotta keep them all on top of it. Meanwhile, as we're gradually gonna go look at this. So if we look at this by specialization, it looks like we got people capable of doing most of the stuff here. Yeah, because we have 2D 1-star. All of those nodes. Only one that's 2 stars a system, which is the thing I do have lots of people for. Okay, and we had to pay a surplus on our taxes because I didn't file them, so the bank came after us and said, or not bank, the government came after us and said, pay your taxes, and we're like, okay. Now, if we let this iterate multiple cycles, we have a higher potential quality. In this case, this is our very first product. We're just going to get out the door. We are going to aim for this to be out March 83. So about a year from now? I don't think we need that long. Let's be bold. January 83. No. December 82. So end of the month, well actually, let's be smart about this. January 83. That's already being optimistic enough. That's 9 months, but we're already 10% done with the development. It does slow down as time goes along. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and we could do a press release here. That's going to be my core team. We can't do video. I don't have it with Marketing 3. So we start putting together our marketing campaign for Terrible AV. So I want to start marketing and promoting it now that we're in development. And then as it comes together, taxes. Yeah, no, so we don't have an actual accountant, so what happens is the taxes will come up, it'll be like, hey, if you don't file your taxes, you're going to get a fine. You do pay your taxes when that happens. Basically, the idea is you have the obligation of handling the paperwork, and if you don't, then ultimately you pay a surplus for them to deal with it. Do you have to market it before you start making it? No. Broadly speaking, like in real software development, as you're making your product, you need to be marketing it. That ultimately, at the end of the day, how many people see your product that could potentially buy it boils down to your marketing. The days of if you make a good enough product, it'll sell itself, those are over. Those, I mean, honestly, those were never really a real thing, but those are especially over. Word of mouth is marketing. Ads are marketing. You know, all that stuff is like marketing. Promotion is marketing. Getting on social media to promoting your marketing product, all of that is marketing. There's many flavors of marketing that all have different costs in real life. But broadly speaking, marketing is what gets people to see your product in the first place, and only then does the quality of your product get to stand up to convince people whether or not your product's worth buying. So just like, it's a very real problem we run into software dev and game dev and all that kind of stuff. That we run into the problem that people don't start marketing their stuff until it's practically done, and then it's just too late. They don't have a chance to get people to know their products out there, and they struggle and fail. You get that, but I mean, like, the base product before marketing, full release to give yourself more time. Oh, gotcha. As soon as the ad breaks over, I'll respond to that. Yes, we are technically losing money right now very slowly, because I have expanded my teams, and we are juggling a few less contracts right now. I don't want to bring on too many more contracts, though, until we get things going. I'm trying to not grow the teams too fast. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, because I don't want to grow my teams much more right now, not till the cohesion is up higher. So that they can be more productive. And I want to avoid taking on too many more contracts or partnerships right now, because it is one of those things that when you set up a partnership, if you start failing the partnership, you get worse job applicants on it. Did we overextend on the last build? So the first one we did yesterday, we overextended. The second one we did, we didn't lose that one. I chose to just start fresh since we were only an hour in when we wrapped up that. So I did ultimately decide to just start fresh today. We were starting to be a little overextended on that one. I don't think we're past any type of like point to no recovery or whatever. Am I going to blow this? I think we are going to blow this deadline. So you are a priority 10. Get it done. Yeah, because I got optimistic because we got the 10% right at the start. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, we're already a 10th way done. It's gonna slow down. But it slowed down by a lot. Because I've only got... I mean, they're working on all the features right now, but I've only got a handful of people who can work on the hard stuff. So. We're certainly not hitting that January date. Luckily, we have no fans following us, so I don't have to worry about upsetting my no fans about delaying my release, because nobody cares yet. We haven't done our press release. So we set a release date, and then we changed release date before we told anyone. Alright, Guardian. Yeah, so, but I mean, like, have a base product before marketing full release to give yourself more time? Yeah, so there is an idea about, in marketing in the game, there is, like, you can start marketing too early, that you're just putting out all that marketing and people get tired of the marketing before your stuff comes out. And that's one thing. You can also go where you market too late, where you don't have time to build up the momentum before you release your product. So there's definitely a juggle you have to do there about finding, like, where's the sweet spot you want to do your marketing. And for me personally, I broadly found it that once I get a little ways into development, I usually will start marketing around then, which is probably a little on the late side. But I found that to be more consistent in my own experience. Okay, so let's go ahead, and we're about 80% coded. Let's do a review using an external source. And what this will do is this will let people know what we thought. Okay, so the system quality was mediocre, the creativity was mediocre, and the overall score was mediocre. So we're going to iterate, because that's horrendously bad. So we can iterate on the product to make it better, but that does, you know, basically set us back on development. So I wanted to get it to like 70-80%, and then we would do a review, iterate. It'll probably drop us back to like 50% or so, so then we'll have to like work back up. And that's part of the reason, like, I was like, okay, maybe I could technically finish the product, but it would be pretty bad if we released something and it had that bad of reviews. It's very unlikely we would make it sell on any volume enough that we could ever make it profitable. Okay. So I could finish that. So it set us back to almost exactly 50%. I'm going to turn away at that. I moved my release date to, I think it was June? Yeah, June in the coming year. Sorry. And we're working on our press release. We're trying to make that as good as we can. And it will issue the press release. At that point, we'll start marketing to do the hype and all that to keep things moving up. And going from there. Honestly, we're probably doing good enough now. I could take on a minor support contract. That wasn't as minor as I was hoping it was. And that will be a lower priority than our marketing. So a more involved startup company game? Yeah. Was it the same devs that make this as startup company? I don't remember. No? Gotcha. I was trying to remember who there was. Startup company made another game that we've played in the channel. I don't remember which one it was. The devs behind it. Because I remember there was another game that we had played in the channel. It's like, oh, these people also make startup company. I do not remember what the other game was. Big Ambition, yes. Big Ambition was made by the same devs as Startup Company. That's the one. Right, but yeah, no, it's a similar idea to Startup Company, conceptually. Alright, so I know we're fast-forwarding a lot. We're trying to get our first major release out, and we're trying to not grow our team right now. We're kind of at a point where we're slightly on a negative on our money, just minorly, while our people are continuing to train and get better at their jobs and all that. And I'm going to go one more day, and then we're going to do another review of Terrible AV. So, our other team leader, I'll give you 3%, man. Guy walking into my office being like, hey, you know what? I've been here for a little under a year. I'd like a 5.8% raise. Like, cool. We haven't delivered a product yet under you, so we might be taking that down a peg. We might be wanting to maybe not have that big of a jump until we see what your work does. All right, so let's go here. Let's do another external review. Okay, so system is now up to good, but creativity is still bad. We've reduced the number of bugs. The overall score is still only 5.3, so I'm going to go ahead and iterate again. Didn't he want to 1.1 before the first day? Didn't who want to 1.1 before the first day? I'm sorry, I don't know what... I don't have context to any of these things. Yeah. No, he was the one who asked for a raise before he started for his first day. I will definitely say that is a guy who is a go-getter for trying to get those raises. He is a very, very aggressive person when it comes to pursuing raises. Oh, and our marketing campaign just came to an end. Bring on the new marketing campaign. Just need to keep on top of that. All right, so iterating. So that only knocked us down about 12% that time. So we're pushing a lot of iterations in of Terrible AV. But I'm trying to make it a knockout product right from the opener. It's not looking too encouraging. There's only so much you can do through iteration. This time we're going to let it basically max out, or get close to it, and then we'll review it again. Okay, so you got 9 months left in that. You got 9 months left in this. Alright, so we're going to have to bring in more money. Let's see for design contracts. So that's in a couple of months. Can't make that happen. That's next year. That's promising. That requires level 2 audio. Level 2 audio. Level 1 audio. Alright, so bring that on for another influx of income while we wait. Hopefully stave off money woes for a little bit longer. Cool, so we are keeping up with our support queue for what it's worth. Okay, there's the press release. And so with that, we want to go to marketing, hype. So start hyping the product. Ethical-ish, so long as you loosely define Ethical Incorporated, announces terrible AV. The target demographic doesn't really know Ethical-ish. And terrible AV development is underway and it's cutting edge. They are showing off the product with pictures and has got our full attention. They plan to release in June 1983. Okay, so we've got 10 fans who are following us. Well, 10 followers, not fans. 10 followers. And realistically, I'm probably going to have to do a second press release. So what we'll do is we'll start working on that. And then once our follower boost starts to fall off, we'll do another press release. Each press release is significantly less meaningful than the next. Yeah, so we're working, getting those last couple systems in order. Okay, we brought in some more money, that's good. Okay. Yeah, so our marketing is already dropping off quickly. And our major marketing campaign has dropped again. I find it interesting because I'm filling it up. I'm having a weird problems keeping the marketing going. So far as for contracting with other people, I mean. This will be our last review. 5.9, minus 6% bugs. I'll iterate one last time. Hey, JD, how's it going? Because we have April, May, June. Actually, that might have been a mistake. Yeah, no, I saw that. I think I will play the Chapter 5 at some point. I don't know when. But we can get that going. Alright. So, what's going to happen here? We'll finish that. Okay, so it only dropped it down a little bit percent, so we don't get to iterate again. I don't have much more time till we have that. I need to take on another contract here. So we got this game is going to be dropping off my list soon. Let's go ahead and go for a dev contract. Yeah, we could do that contract. That'll work. When are you due? 1 year from now. There's no 2D... I thought I checked for that. Just cancel right now. We'll take... I actually don't think we take a penalty if I accept it and cancel it immediately. Development. Let's check these again. Do you require a 2D audio person? Audio any level. Ah! Artist, I need a level 2D. Okay, level 1 there. But you're August this year, so that's not far enough out. March next year. You need hardware and audio. That's 2 years. And we can handle that. We just need to be bringing in more money. We're getting really close to getting the, getting our stuff out. We go ahead and push the next press release. Okay, they're basically saying, well, they just kind of bash the quality. I'm guessing those are contracts? Yeah, they're partnership. Well, there's contracts, which are little things here. They're just, you do them one-off. And then there's partnerships, which is kind of an ongoing, like, years-long kind of contract equivalent. Okay, so doing a second press release did nothing for us. That was a waste of time. That's fine. So just gotta hold out a little longer. It's almost release time. Can we get something else that's going to be way out there on the dates? You're in like 2-3 months. You're in a year and some change. You require 2D audio, which I don't have, or level 2 audio, which I don't have. You're in a couple months. You are in a couple months. You're in a year. And weirdly, the audio tool doesn't require a high level of audio. I appreciate that. I just need to be bringing in enough money to get us over the finish line here. You're officially max priority. No, you're not. That's not right. You're officially max priority. You already are max priority. Okay. Oh, market, press build, release. That's going to have to do because I have to ship tomorrow. So we'll promote that into its beta phase. Let the bug bash for a minute. And then we can roll that out. Let's let everyone get in here. All right. Pre-release review of Terrible AV. They send a build. It might be worth your time. It's not well known. We haven't heard of it. It looks decent to the point. It has all the new features. It'll be out any moment now. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and let everyone get in here. We're going to let them bug bash for just a minute. And with that, going to release it. Are you sure you want to release Terrible AV now? Yes. All right. So we'll probably only get like 2 stars, most likely. Yep. So marketing campaign is going to be a $10,000 budget. And we're going to go ahead and order to start with, let's say, 5,000 copies. We think Ethical-ish, so long as you loosely define Ethical Incorporated, forgot to tell anyone about their product, and how are we supposed to know about it? Call me when anyone can tell me who Ethical-ish is. It's hard to talk about them because we don't know them. Terrible AV crashed before we even finished the install. It could have been better. Excellent. That's encouraging. So our support now goes as the highest priority. And our marketing of our own product now goes as the highest priority. But right now, if we look at this, I haven't sold any yet because we did just release it. So this time, it cost us about $300,000 to produce that product over its lifespan. So what we're going to be trying to do is market our way into getting that product basically anywhere. Now, this is going to be a subscription-based product, so it is a thing that it's going to take a little while to build up sales, and that hopefully we start getting enough people using the product that we can get that going. One thing we are going to do is go ahead and do this. I need to bring it up to modern technology, and so we'll get that going. So we're going to work on our first update, get it on the queue. And then also, let's just double check to make sure in the meantime we didn't get like a new version of an operating system I need to be supporting. So let's check our ports. Okay. And in the meantime, we have a new version of the operating system we targeted came out in the meantime, so that sucks. So we are going to make a port for that. Okay. So we're working on trying to get all these met. I'm gonna let those churn for a minute. Yeah, so that's gonna really hurt my sales, is the fact that while we were developing it, a new operating system came out that I'm gonna have to add support for, which one shouldn't be too bad. Okay. So I've got our first update ready. Yeah, no, I get people calling me Rural Storage a lot. Because your eyes do that thing where you skip over stuff. Okay, so the big question is tomorrow. How many sales did we get? We currently have 588 active users. Okay. 588 is a start. We will continue to market aggressively in hopes of keeping that going. Oh, Constance is between 50 and 100% thing. I felt like playing simulator games, and you're the simulator guy. I do play a really wide range above and beyond the simulator, but yeah. Any recommendations for something relaxing? Oh, I mean, for like, if you're talking simulator games, like that's where your focus is, depending on how broadly we're defining, anything that's like, you know, Farm Sim, American Truck Simulator, all those are very relaxing, take at your own pace. You also have a lot of your, like, tycoon games, a lot of those can be very, very chill. Games like Planet Crafter and all those could be fairly relaxing, take at your own pace kind of thing. If you want to go into, like, the survival crafter side of things a bit broader, you can do, what's the one? I Am Future could be a very relaxing one. Ship Graveyard's not bad. Ship Graveyard would be up there. I also really like Hardspace Shipbreaker. That one can get a little bit more intense, but you could turn off the timer and all that if you want. Gonna wait till you get through that list of bugs. Oh, Tycoon. Planet Coaster is a lot of fun. I very much enjoy that. This one's not been bad. 2 Point Museum is really, really, really good. If you've already done 2 Point Museum, but you haven't done the other 2 Point games, 2 Point Hospital would be the next best one in that series. 2 Point Campus, I enjoy. That one's a little, you know, more hit and miss with different people. That some people like 2 Point Campus, some people really don't. It's kind of like, of the 2 Point series, it's the one that people tend to be a little bit more mixed feelings about. I would still personally say it's good, but I would definitely say of the series, 2 Point Museum's the best of the series. Hospital's very solid, and then like 2 Point Campus kind of comes after those. So while I do enjoy Campus, if you had to pick one, it wouldn't be the one I'd pick. Which is a shame, because like the academia side I very much enjoy as someone who's worked in academia throughout their life a number of different times. Okay, so we're marketing our stuff. Now, because I'm not printing my own copies, I will have to order more copies periodically. Okay, we are just knocking out updates again. You like the museum more, but your heroes as kids, as a kid was Indiana Jones. Yep, no problem. Yeah, no, definitely 2-point museum. If you're just looking for something relaxing, like the only thing that adds any intensity is when you have the thieves show up. You can turn that off, or you can also, honestly, these days, if you set up your place right, you can mostly remove them as a concern by just securing your stuff correctly. Did you try Theme Park World and Old But Goodie? Theme Park World? That seems very familiar to me. Alright, and how many do we sell the next day? We're up to 1,000 users. Okay. So we're gonna order copies. We'll order another 5,000 copies. Did that start pushing us towards... So we're still losing money compared to our marketing. But if we can continue to build up our overall active users because it is subscription-based, that should ultimately start helping pay for itself. And we can continue to upgrade you. The big thing is I do need to get that ported. Okay. But at least, since we're spending 10,000 and our budget's there, if we look here, if we've got 1,000 users that are being paid like they're paying $5 a month, we're not too long before we're going to at least be overcoming our marketing budget. And the hope would be that we'd eventually get that to the point where we'd be solid in that regard. Then we do need to continue to get the application ported. You're going to need to move up here. So both of these got to go out in 2 days. Which is going to hurt us, because I don't think... This one's probably far enough along, we're not going to get dinged for it. That one, we're probably going to get dinged for. It's not feature complete enough yet. Okay, and how is our sales now? We're up to 1,400 users. So still losing money so far. But we're getting there. And each month I'm doing a real quick bug bash. We're staying on top of our product, actually trying to deliver some quality there. All right. Also, music, where have you gone, buddy? Don't leave me hanging. Okay, so one thing we'll probably want to do, and not super long, is we'll probably end up wanting to make a dedicated support department, so that way it can hand off support of our past projects over to it. I don't want to do that right now, though, because that's going to be expensive, and we're not bringing that money in right now. Okay, money went up. We're up to 1,700 users. So still losing money so far. But we are slowly climbing. Grab your update. Chuck it here. And we have to have our design and... Yeah, those aren't going to get more done with it. So, didn't take a penalty. They seem... Oh, actually. We did take a penalty. So that wasn't done enough. But that one was. So one of the two partners was upset with the quality of our work, and the other one was happy with it. So with that, we have design for you. Would be due this month. I'll be due next year. That requires audio 2. That's due this month. So that's not going to work. That'd be next year. Requires audio 2. That's due this month. That's due in 2 years. But requires an audio 2 artist. We might need to end up doing that. That's due next year. And we can do that. Well, in a little, like, almost like half a year. Actually, that's probably earlier than I should have accepted. Development, that's next year. Requires audio 2. Development, that's in 2 years. Does not require audio 2. Let's go ahead and bring that on. I keep taking contracts that are too near term. Would a support department need to know everything about a project? No, not really. Because usually what'll happen is they'll do stuff like they'll like try to recreate bugs and those kind of things. And like field easier questions. And then once that stuff, if it survives that far, then they would pass that on to the dev team to then work on that. Okay. So, I'm trying to decide what we're making next for our teams. We could make a full dedicated dev team. We could make a full dedicated support team. The problem is when we expand our teams, that massively expands our expensive. Your people are your primary expense, more than anything else in a company. People are your one most important asset, your least reliable asset, and your most expensive asset. And you cannot function without them. So we do need to be supplementing our money. How are we doing now? So we're up to 2,000 active users. And again, we are hemorrhaging money. But the hope is that we can slowly climb up in our number of users to make it profitable. That's the subscription model in the games. You usually need to build up to enough users that you start turning a monthly profit. Whereas when you're not doing subscription, it's almost about those early sales. Dude, why do you always want, like, your product's not doing well? You always come in here with these, like absolutely substantial raises you want. Your product's doing only okay, friend. I'm happy to give you pay based on merit, but the merit ain't there yet. Okay. So we're about to finish porting that to the latest operating system. At which point then we'll check to see if there's another operating system to tackle. Meanwhile, you are up to 2,200. So we've sold about 9,000 copies. About 2,000. We are literally... The number of active users is only slightly more than the number of people who refunded their product. Ow. He's the only one asking for the raise. Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, he's a team lead. He handles the raises for other people. So for all I know, that team is absolutely just, you know, just getting tons and tons of raises constantly, and I'm just blissfully unaware. Okay, so we did get that ported over to the latest OS. Let's check on you. Do I need to be worried about anything else you need to be ported over to? Not really. We do have another operating system here that did just release. Oh, so Infinity just released their newest OS just now this month. So we're probably going to expect a bunch of users on that. So let's get that starting to port as we speak. So it could hopefully be relevant on that platform before it's too late. Was this a design department? Yeah. And how is our team cohesion looking? Alright, so our design department's cohesion is very high. Our core department's cohesion is still working on it. And that's because we got them spread out between a whole bunch of different spaces. Yeah, so we're gonna botch some of these contracts, which is gonna hurt us. Okay, we got a little bit more money in the bank there. We've gone down slightly in our total number of users. That's not what you want to see. Details. Why would I have gone down there? So reputation-wise, yeah. So it's just a poor quality product. But I have gone up in profit to only minus 200, or only minus 2,500. Yeah. Yeah, so it's not looking very encouraging. Which is a thing that's going to happen. What we can do is, let's first of all take you off. We don't want hardware ones. We can go here to some of our teams here. We can start working to figure out what people's quality of work is over time. Oh, we already have an update coming out for it. Okay, we just had our marketing contract came to an end. Okay. Yeah, so keep all that going. Reporting that to the new operating system as that builds up. So yeah, so unfortunately it looks like our first product, from your little to the first subscription software from 1999, you were a little early. Oh yeah, no, that's the whole thing. You can make it work this early in the game. It is tricky to make that happen. But it's honestly the problem is when we came out with the terrible AV, it lived up to its name. It was pretty terrible, so it's cutting edge but poor design, like poor quality. So, you know, that's a problem. Okay. So I'm gonna need to bring on a level 2 audio designer in a big way. But we can bring you on for the next version of the operating system. It actually didn't complain about my lack of 2D audio designer, which does tell me that as they've been leveling up, at least a few of them have gone into that. So that should get us financially sound. So I'm probably going to go ahead and ride on some of that. The big problem is that we look at this product here, and we look at the details about it. One of the issues we're running into is its reputation is just bad, and that the reviews have been generally bad. The income is technically going up, and the units sold was mostly going up. But we look at the all software released by everyone, and we currently go and we filter it by antivirus. Yeah, so we're like the fifth best one so far as active users, sixth best one so far as active users. That we basically got two strong competitors who are absolutely killing us. So we'll want to go ahead and get our next product in order. Also, like, you need goodwill before burning it. Well, you can have subscription be ethical and all that. The issue was, like I said, ultimately we released a poor quality product, is what happened. That was our first release, and it wasn't a good release. So I believe if we go into here, and if we were to look at make a sequel, the issue is there's no new tech. There's no point in me making a sequel. Did we release it too soon? I probably could have iterated a couple more times. The thing is, you set a release date, and if you keep pushing back your release date, you lose your following and all that. So I tried to do the balanced approach there, and it was still only like a 5 point something out of 10 product. All right. I mean, our profit, so far as how much we're losing each month, continues to go down. We are slowly moving towards profitability, which is interesting when we consider the fact that the active users is kind of stabilizing. So that's certainly a thing. We're not seeing more refunds for what it's worth. It's mostly getting sales and not so much refunds, which is at least some good news. All right. This is not even remotely going to happen. Surprisingly, canceling a contract without finishing it doesn't seem to hit my reputation nearly as hard as you'd expect it to. It was a very minor hit to the reputation. Versus, like, guaranteeing, like, a 12-month contract that you'll deliver something. You get to month 11 and you go, never mind, and don't deliver anything and you've been paid the whole way. Doesn't seem to hurt your reputation all that bad, all things considered. Okay, so we'll go and get our next product lined up. The next easiest one would probably be the 2D editor. Subscription-based. So we want to go in here. That alone gives me an 80% interest right there. So we have a 100% expected interest, only 1% wasted effort. We've got our two teams there. The development teams right now will be just core, and then we have the design teams there. It is recommending that I have a lot. Actually, it's saying I have 22 designers, and it's expected to only need 3. So we can go ahead and we'll do the advanced, existing. Yeah, so it'll be one of those things that I need to go in here and do my own one here. So, Parable 2D API. Go into this one. We can support Infinity OS 4 and 5, so the upcoming one and our current one, because we don't know how those are going to shake out in the end. And then weirdly, market saturation, lower is better. It's interesting that the auto balance here puts me all the way on the drawing side and nothing on design and retouching. Okay. Next. You should not be the lead designer. So Constance, for what it's worth, did get a pretty high rating there. Hey! Well, just thank you so much for the raid note stuff. I hope you had fun with Timberborn. I believe I remember, because I was hanging out there early. I believe you were playing Timberborn. But I hope everyone's been having a good time over there. We're doing pretty okay in our company. So Terrible 2D is going to be our new product, designed by Constance, and it is going to be. You cannot stop timberboarding. Nice. It's a good game. So definitely go check out Wojess. Can we get a shout out for Wojess? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team that I am on. But absolutely fantastic. Does a lot of variety, a lot of overlap with the kind of games we do here. But been playing a lot of Timberborn lately, so if you like that, you can find it over here. Over there. But yeah. So we're making ourselves a 2D editor in 1984. It's going to support raw image format. It'll support a tablet, brushes, and that's it. But apparently that's going to be enough to give us full market consideration. We're going to go ahead and develop that and get that on the queue as a high priority thing, that even though we have contractual obligations to other companies, that we're just going to go, you know what? Those contractual obligations are more like contractual suggestions, am I right? Let's say you did another marathon stream for you, and that's like 5 in a row. You essentially Alt F4 so you could go live my life. Yeah, no, it happens. All right. So yeah, so we had our first software release. So basically what we're doing, well, actually, first, thank you again for that raid. I do appreciate it. Go check out Wojess. Really good time over there. But yeah, for those who don't know me, I'm Rual Storge. I play a whole variety of games here on Twitch. A lot of simulation like Settlement Builder, City Builder, Tycoon, Roguelikes, Survival Crafters, a whole range of games. And like later this evening, we're going to be doing a collab with FG Squared, doing some Voyagers of Nira and all that. And then what we're doing right now is we are playing some Suffering. Where's the music gone? All right, I think we're going to go ahead and turn on our own music, because the music keeps doing this, and I actually like the music of the game, but it is suffering from the classic problem you run into with so many games, where it's like, they're scared to play their own good music. Your volume's set right? You're not going to blast? Yeah, there we go. It's like they're scared to play their own music, and so what ends up happening is you just have long periods of silence. But yeah, so right now what we're doing... Ooh, we actually have our new version of System, so that's going to be a more significant update for our application. Let's see, because you need to eat food and also get like 7,000 steps in the next 2 hours before you lose your streak. You hope you have a good stream. I'm going to go up. Well, thank you. And you get that food and you get those steps in. Definitely get all that self-care and all that stuff going on. But yeah, so we've been primarily doing contracts and all that for other companies. And in the meantime, while we're doing that, we have released our first product, which is Terrible Antivirus. So Terrible AV, we have released in June 1983, which is our first subscription-based software. We are actively losing money on continuing to support it. So that's cool, I guess. Let's go ahead and we're just going to cut your budget for marketing down to $2,000. We're not going to fully abandon marketing Terrible AV, but we are going to accept that it's just a money pit at this point. And in the meantime, we are going to be working on expanding our existing support. So let's go ahead. How much money are we bringing in profit per month now, right now? Month-wise, we're bringing in about 50,000 to spare. So we can go ahead and rent ourselves a new office. So that means I got about 44,000 to spare there. And let's get our next team going. So for here, what we're going to want to do is, like we've been doing with all of them, we grab our fire alarm and all this stuff that I'm required to have. Bring that up. Oh, you have a different layout. Alright, I'll deal with that in a moment. So I can go ahead and move you in the middle here. Move you into that corner. That's going to be hard to use for anything. And move you in that corner. Alright. So this is going to be probably our devs will be here. So copy our computer setup for software developers. Yeah, it'll be fine. And then one desk in here. Because we basically kind of block in the bathroom. But you're going to be the one odd one out. Then we're going to make sure you're a team lead desk, so we'll have the mailbox there instead. All right, so we have in this one 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 desks. That's actually not nearly as many as hoping for, but that's okay. So let's go ahead and get ourselves a new department started. So you are going to be a secondary programmer. We want you to have the HR consideration. We're looking for someone who's got born to lead. We don't care about your compatibility with existing teams because you're going to be on a new team. So programmer. Don't worry about it. All right, so we're looking for someone. Yeah, so this is a good candidate right here at the beginning. Yeah, it's actually perfect. Oh, I mean, not born to lead. Okay, let's see if we can't snag a born to lead that's good for what we want. I really need system. Okay, so they're not going to have born to lead. That's fine. They'll make friends with people easily. But they're going to have kind of max HR and socialization skills so I can hold meetings and hire people on my behalf so I don't have to put effort into it. Because effort is gross. It gets all over you. And we can go here. That is the programmer's department. If they got 9 desks, we can hire 8 people under you. So let's go ahead and programmer-wise, your name is Gus. So Gus, this is Gus's desk. Because they're the odd one out. And then we can go back here. So we'll go into there. Gus is our team lead, so we'll mark that. And then we're going to go in here and say you can only be working on 3 projects at the same time, so they don't get all mad from being overwhelmed. They can take vacation any time of year they want, because otherwise they all take it at the same time. That's honestly way worse than if they take it here and there. And then we're going to give them all the HR permissions where they can handle wages, complaints. They can set their roles. They can work on secondary things if they got the availability. You could train up to 3 people at the same time. We don't care about the specializations. We want them to be big brain, so they don't have a limit on their specialization. We do not want them to be born to lead, and we do not want them to be stressed. And we can go with theirs. So programmers, we want 8 to fill out that department. And that should give us a big group of developers. So we're going to go ahead and assign that to the programmer department. We could assign you to the programmer department. And we have our update for Terrible AV. If it's not the worst, it's definitely a contender for the worst. Because when people get stressed, they stop working. And that's kind of one of the big things you're trying to prevent when you're setting stuff up, is to avoid stress. So very much anything that makes them stress out easier is really bad news. Alright. So reporting Terrible AV. We got a bunch of new active users, which weirdly results in us having... Oh, that's because we're doing more development on it. So I'm going to actually order more copies, which is probably a mistake. It is what it is. Yeah, no, they're all set to 1 million. Honestly, it's not one of those things I usually worry about, because they will increase the budget gradually. Or not the budget, they will increase the salaries gradually. And And ultimately, if you don't give them that, then they stop giving people raises, then everyone starts quitting out from under you, and all the effort you put into training them goes to waste. Which is a big bad time. So I haven't found much value in restricting their budgets much. It's a thing I've changed a number of times, then I always go back and remove the change, because I've never had the budgets get that much out of control. Okay. Continuing to just throw money into the fire that is our first product. Okay. And all the bugs are fixed. And roll that out. Yep, so we're trying to continue to expand and support our antivirus. And it's just we're putting all this effort into it, and it's definitely not going great. They've got all the marketing stuff here. We could potentially take on another marketing contract. I'm a little hesitant to do that, though. Ooh, I've got people who are not able to work. So that's a bunch of design team people. Unfortunately, I already got a lot of design contracts on there. So those design people, the problem is they're just too limited on their abilities of what they can do, that we need them to keep leveling up so we can have them tackle other problems. It also makes me wonder what they're missing that they can work on so few of these. Got some employees went on vacation. We're continuing to build up our active users, which is surprising. When I saw it start to dip, I figured that was it. Yes, it says we still have sparse marketing for it. I'm going to increase our marketing budget back up. Because being a subscription thing, if I can get it to start turning a profit by just having enough users... Is there only 1 day per month? By default, yes, but you can make it up to 8 days per month. Okay, so this is probably... We're probably going to fail both of these pretty hard. And then we'll end up needing to get the next thing on here. We're blowing every single one of these projects. Okay. Continue to go up on users. We're almost turning a profit last month. Yeah, no, it very much is a thing. So to be clear, they do actually scale things, so how long it takes to finish projects and all that does scale as you make time slower. It still is easier when you do it. All right, so we now support another operating system on our main project, or our main product. Let's make sure, is there any other operating systems we should be considering? Frame OS is a maybe. It's not that big. It did release last winter. We'll grab that, and that'll probably be the last one we support. Unless we get a new version to deal with. Yeah, no, we need to expand our teams, but we need to be careful about doing that, because right now we're not making much money. Okay. We're gonna try to, this time, let Terrible 2D run a couple of iterations before we push it out. Cancel that. Doesn't give me that bad of a penalty. We have a design person who's got nothing to do. So we do have this one way down here that's going to take a while to design. What does our finances look like right now? Because I see they're negative. So right now, our salaries and all that runs about 160,000. And then the software, primarily it's going to be marketing, is about 70-ish thousand. So we come into a total expenses of 250,000, or sorry, total expenses are what? Why can't you just break this up by, yeah. Yeah, so we're sitting at about 20,000 under, and that's with this one ending. So we would need to get in here another contract to work on to keep the books balanced. We could probably take on another marketing campaign. We should be able to handle that just fine. And how much was that? It should be enough that we should be profitable. Because we just need to kind of keep things alive until that point. Because we are continuing to train our people and all that. Okay, so we still lost money. Meanwhile, we did deliver that one, and they actually weren't pissed off by it, which is shocker to me, because we definitely had that one nowhere near ready. But hey, you know what? If they're going to be happy with a half-baked project, I am down. Alright. So that's an operating system that's not due till 2 years from now. It's going to add 40,000 onto my payroll. We'll go ahead and get that going. And see if we can't keep that up. And keep working on our bug fixes and porting things and all that. And we're continuing to pick up more users on our terrible AV product. Still losing money on it. Just hand over fist, every month that thing's operating, we are just losing money on. We are perpetually throwing money into the fire. Okay, so that shows me I've got at least enough capacity here. We could take on another contract. That's probably more than we can handle right now. A small support contract would probably be doable. Okay. Yeah, we're not doing too great in getting a lot of our stuff delivered in a timely manner. How goes our team cohesion? So our core team cohesion is just not really shaping up. The programming team is starting to come together. And it could be that we're divided up between too many spaces. Because I think that is a thing that happens. Burglars are on the premises. Well, that's bad. I don't have a security person. And you can't call one immediately. So this might be rip us here in a minute. Because there's going to be no one here to stop the burglars. Where are the burglars at? So we called the police. And so they're stealing our computers. If we're lucky, I believe the police can catch them, and if they catch them, I believe we get our stuff back. But there's a lot of times they manage to get out of here before you catch them. I'm unclear exactly what's happening there. The pathing is just being weird as all. Yeah, they're getting into the cop car, but they're taking the scene around. Recover 10 of the 14 things stolen. Click on the eye and choose Restore Missing. So they only managed to get away with $4,000 worth of stuff. So that actually was really, really not bad. Because luckily they had to like go way in there to steal things, and so they got caught. When you're way out in the middle of nowhere, rural, the police take a long time to show up. Some employees are unhappy with their job. That burglar was pretty scary. Yeah, so they're unhappy with their job because they saw the robbery and all that, and so it's gonna really undermine them for a bit. An employee cannot find any food. There's another thing there. We got our next update of Terrible AV. We just got ourselves another vending machine. Okay. So despite being burgled, we pretty close to got everything handled. We did turn a profit that month. We have more active users, and we're still losing money on Terrible AV. Part of that is I keep actively developing it. That we are continuing to spend dev time and money and effort into continuing to advance all of that. Do I cancel? How bad is that? Oh yeah, canceling that is atrocious. Okay. So dev jobs just... Okay, cool. So we just utterly failed those. We have blown out all of our stars. Cool. We were going to fail both those. All right, so you have 1 year to make a game that I don't have the people to make. Can't make that. We can make this. So getting our dev thing going now. So we should be able to make that. That's an antivirus. That's actually what we're good at. Hey, we have a singular fan. We have 1 fan. We have 12 fans. What happened? When did people start liking us? And why do you ask? This dude has asked for a raise like every other day. Why am I getting fans all of a sudden? I'm out of... Oh, no. So we're really low on stock of these. Why is it suddenly we actually have people buying the product? It's still losing us money. But weirdly, like, we're actually, you know, Yeah. No, it's the reason it's so weird is it's like, okay, I mean everything's been going on for a while. Why is it suddenly we actually have sales booming this far later? And not booming, it's a small uptick in sales. We're selling a couple extra hundred, or have a couple extra hundred more active users. But it is a curious development that suddenly after all this time people are like, oh yeah, I'm suddenly going to start buying your products. Like, okay, all right, let's check on this. Is there another operating system we should consider supporting? No. Is that minus 860,000? Yeah, because we're continuing to support it while it's no longer making us money. It never did really make us money, but we're continuing to support that. Yeah, no, the vending machines only have so much capacity, and we exhausted what they had in them. All right. That's fine. So we have new things available. We can now have a medium server, and we can also make 3D editors. And I now have 51 fans. I don't understand. For as badly as our product is doing, how on earth do we have fans? Is this like we've had this like absolutely horrifically bad product, and so people are just building up a fandom around it because they just, you know, want to be involved in this absolutely horrendously bad product? You know what it could be? One of those was my direct competitor's latest version of their antivirus that we waited to the last month to fail the contract on. It could entirely be that we were the ones developing their antivirus and then, dumping it last second ultimately meant that version either didn't happen or like the quality was horrendously bad or whatever, and thereby making it so that we kind of removed our competition um by making the latest version of their product so incredibly awful that our product looks better by proxy. Let's look at that. We can actually look at this information. So we have antivirus. Let's go based on release date. Hey, Terrible AV is officially the third most successful antivirus right now, which is pretty horrendously bad. That's certainly not good. There's definitely some predominant players in that industry. Yes, we're losing a bunch more money. Okay, so I got 30 months on these two. We've got the next version of their antivirus. Okay, you're not due for 2 years, but you require a lot of levels and stuff I don't have the ability to do. You're due this year, that's way too soon. You're due next year, require a higher level audio than I can handle. And that's all I got for dev work right now. Okay. So we are trying to slowly here get things sorted out. We're just trying to not expand our staff yet. And continue working on our next product, which is Terrible 2D. Because ultimately, I'd love to move into working on our own software, but, you know, the current... Oh man, I have so many more active users. Okay, I have to order more copies. That's a weird thing to be thinking about. Alright, so we definitely are going to need to agree to another contract we're probably not going to see through. So that's probably fine. What's the highest paying design contract that's got a far update? Yeah, we can do that. And by the we can do that is I'm not going to actually get that done. But there'll be a little bit more money in. With a burglary, you can now use the excuse our source code was now stolen. Yep. Alright. Okay, keep these upgrades rolling. Or updates. We're continuing to build up more and more active users. We are genuinely building up a following on our product. We're still losing money hand over fist, but our active users has exceeded our units sold. We have 6,000 active users. No, net units sold is 56,000. Active users is 6,000. But we're almost at the point where we're not having to worry about our refunds being so much higher than everything else. Have any other antiviruses been ported to the latest? Oh, the uptick in its popularity is likely a reason. That could very well be. But we are gaining market share. We are slowly doing that. So I'm actually hoping that after we haven't ordered more, that we might genuinely technically see for the month a profit in that month. We'll still have, you know, $1 million worth of past expense to overcome. Oh, and it looks like one of my marketing contracts fell off. Going to keep all that going as best we can. Okay. I'm actually losing cohesion on my core team as well. And like I said, I think it might be because the team's spread out between so many offices that they don't interact much. Okay, so we did have to pay a very substantial amount in taxes, but we still managed to not go in the negatives during that. We can go ahead and keep the updates rolling on our antivirus. And how are our sales looking now? Would that be a profitable month for our main product? Is that what I'm actually seeing here? We turned a profit for our first month ever? Would you look at that? So income, we've had a single positive month. Units sold. Get that reputation. We genuinely have been gaining a reputation. It is starting to dip again. The reviews are still mostly negative, though. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright. How many stories did you close out on that Jira, though? Too many. Too many user stories got closed out in Jira. Way too many. Very few that were relevant. Negative reviews, yes, but they did have to buy it to review it. You're not wrong. So that got done there, so we can go ahead and add another marketing campaign on here. And you're continuing to do your development and all that kind of stuff. We're just trying to keep enough partnerships going to keep the lights on while we train up. We are working on our next product. I would love for that to cook for 2 iterations at least, but it is taking a very long time to get done. Yeah, 4,800. We're going down in users really fast. We did turn a profit again, though. For what it's worth, we've had 2 profitable months back to back. A negligible profit, but technically a profit. Review score was 15.9% out of 982 reviews. Yeah, that's not what you want to see. But our business reputation is slowly recovering, and we do actually have a fan following in antivirus. Is your game engine called Terrible 2D? It's not a game engine. It's more like an Adobe Photoshop, Microsoft Paint kind of application, a 2D editor. But yes, it is called Terrible 2D. Just like our antivirus that's selling terribly, it's called Terrible AV. All right. Looks like the waiting room is terrible too. Yeah. All right. So let's see. 3 months in a row profitable, but that profit is slowly going down. And we compare it against our competition. We have now been demoted to the 4th most successful antivirus because there was a new antivirus released called Adware Plus 7 that just released 2 months ago, and they're just decimating us all. Alright. I should let that iterate again, but I'm not going to. So, Terrible 2D. So it is currently June this year. So we're going to assume this is going to take me a year and a half to do. Just say end of near next year. Yeah, 1 year, 6 months. Start working on your marketing campaign. That's officially a higher priority project than the ones I'm contractually obligated to get done. Our server is overloaded. So let's go here. Grab a new table. Go to our server options. There's the medium quality server. We will link those. And then I will sell the old server. And then duplicate you. And link those. And now our server is way beyond not overloaded. Yeah, we're using about 10%. Why servers on the ground floor? Do you want them to be stolen? Because this is not a building I've made, so there's no basement. So I can't put it in the basement kind of deal. Alright, so we got our bug fixes. Doing all our support stuff. Okay. But wouldn't level 2 be better? Not really, because if we go up here, there is a bridge from the parking garage in here. Now, I could put it, like, halfway down. The thing you gotta realize is if we switch here to the noise display, servers are loud, so that'll upset anyone who's working nearby them. So we do want them here, and the receptionist just doesn't care for whatever reason, so maybe she should get more upset about it being loud, I guess? I don't know. Alright, so we lost a little bit of money that time, because another one of our marketing campaigns came to an end. Time to build your own building? Well, usually I do that very early on. Usually that is a thing I do right by the beginning. Maybe she wears ear protection so she doesn't have to listen to anyone. Yeah, no, usually that's the thing that'll end up happening is they'll start, like, in the apartments or in the garage or whatever, and I'll get just off the ground where I can get, like, 100, 200,000. I'll make the tiniest little building on the big map, and then start building out. This one, we chose the skyscraper. And I'm in this situation where I don't really have the money to build my own building. Without, like, cutting loose 90% of my staff and everything. So it is kind of one of those things where we're kind of stuck. Still technically turning a profit. We made 200 buckaroos of profit last month. Needless to say, it's going to dip below being profitable very soon. Oh, wait. We might be able to get some new life into it. We could support the latest version of things. And is there a port to do? No, nothing we care about. Yeah, so it looks like there's a new version of systems available. And so we get that new version of system up and running. We might be able to get a bit extra sales out of that. Because that'll be like the next iteration that might be able to boost it. Okay, we're officially back to losing money each month. But if we're lucky here, we might be able to do something with that. And meanwhile, we're desperately working on Terrible 2D. For its December 1986 release date. So we just need to work at getting ourselves known in our various, stacks and all that. Okay, so we did update to the latest system technology. We are working on our press release, which is good. You got 2 months left on this, where we're going to be pushing out a very half-baked version of that. How goes our team synergies, by the way? So design team is basically maxed out. Oh, you are actually set to do no limit. Huh. Because the reason why I don't want to do that is then they'll work on these ones way down here at the neglect of some of the earlier ones. We definitely want to make sure they stay on task of working on whatever the current thing is. Gonna go ahead and promote that. Let them start bug fixing it. And roll that out. In the meantime, we're going to need to grab a new contract for the development team. I'm going to end up needing to get people who could do the 2D audio. We're getting a bunch of these contracts. that have requirements for that, and I do not have it. That I can do. Okay. And we blew out our only star with our dev contracts. We keep failing these dev contracts so hard. I'm gonna need to expand that dev team, and I know it. But that's going to blow up our costs, which is going to mean needing that many more contracts or some type of sales coming in to offset it. And we just don't have it. Okay, so getting that done pretty early in the day, so let's grab another marketing campaign. Try and keep all of this going and alive. I'll grab another marketing campaign. Yeah, the failed one was none of these. So we're only hovering barely in the negatives here. But the problem is barely in the negatives means we're continuing to lose money steadily. Alright. Hey, Duchess, how's it going? And you finished that contract the last second. As far as our obligations go. You'll not become famous, but notorious. Alright. Yeah, so we're already working on our next project. I think the reality is we bring on another dev team, which is going to massively balloon our expenses in a way I probably don't want to do. We're going to lease that space up there. I'm going to go down here. I'm going to grab all this furniture. I'm going to duplicate it. I'm going to bring it up a floor. Plunk it down there. I'm going to restrict this room to programming team. And that should be 9 more desks. We're going to go to our programming team. Was it 9 or 10 more desks? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so we're going to go to this team. And we're going to manage you. You get 9 more, so you're going to get 17 people. So you're going to blow up that team size. Now, to justify that, they get to do more work. So we've got a bunch of design stuff coming that is nowhere near getting close to done. So we're going to go ahead and accept another dev contract we're not really capable of doing, but it's one that's way down the line, so we can deal with our consequences later. I think I squeeze one more desk since the side. You're right. Boom. And with that, we definitely need to put yet another project on. So 18. Alright, so Terrible 2D is coming along. We're continuing to keep Terrible AV supported, because for what it's worth, we are building up market recognition. Even if we've made a terrible product, we are building up market recognition. Now, market recognition doesn't automatically get you more sales. It basically increases the effectiveness of marketing. So it's kind of a momentum on your ability to advertise yourself, which then in turn can turn into sales. Dude, you can't ask for a raise that's like 5% every month. You're killing me. I'm absolutely gonna have to let that guy go because he just keeps upping those things. These are amazing. Oh, the emotes. Yeah, no, I'm a big fan of Rual Chill. Even though Rual Chill is a little hard to make out, it's definitely one more suited to Gigantify, even though it predates Gigantify by a very long time. Alright, so we'll get the press release all set up. Get everything else going there. We have to get... Yeah, so you can see our thing is making a bunch of bugs, and you might be going, man, you're doing a lot of manual processes here. You can set up a project. Yeah, Gus got a raise as well, so I accepted the raise in the one. I just let Gus's go through. You can fight them on their raises. I found in the past it just ultimately ends up costing you the people, which in turn creates other problems. Let's go ahead, and we've got time, so let's go take on more marketing. Marketing right now is kind of saving our bacon. So we could hopefully limp across the finish line. This thing just burns money. We have spent over $1 million continuing to support terrible AV. For its handful of users, none of who are particularly enthused, but we are building up market recognition so that when we do our next iteration, we can hopefully make a better product and ultimately use that market recognition to help us get across that finish line. Don't you talk to about our baby that way. Look, it's okay to recognize your baby's a screw-up. Sometimes you just have to acknowledge it. Yep. So how bad is this getting? I mean, it turned a profit last month. It's being profitable again. We're having a reduced number of users, but it is hovering on the edge of being able to actually turn a profit. We're 1.1 million in the hole on it, so it's not like we're ever going to make it a profitable release. But we are technically slowly getting some money to knock that down a little bit. Not enough to probably matter, but still. Okay, and no new operating systems I gotta worry about. We are going to want to order more copies, because we are getting low. But then the hope here is as we continue to grow this team, they'll be able to move the dev work a little bit faster. And hey, Mark, how's it going? And this is the reason why in real life, when something doesn't succeed on release, quite often the answer is you just kill it. Is it can just hemorrhage money. Alright. Ethical-ish, so long as you loosely define ethical incorporated, announces terrible 2D. The target demographic really doesn't know about ethical-ish, or terrible 2D, and it's underway. It's cutting edge and showing off the product with pictures has got our full attention. It is slated to release in December 1986. Alright. So that way we can potentially have 2 money pits. Yeah, so we've got our dev project sitting here that they're all working on. We got all those. There's a lot of day left. And we do have a new opening so far stuff, so let's get in our marketing thing going. Because if nothing else, this means at least our support people are getting a lot of work in. Alright. 8 followers for Terrible 2D. Yep. Oh, that just reminds me. I need to go to market, hype, get to hyping. Gotta keep that hype going so that way we can slowly get more followers. Pictures of 1986 software. I mean, if you look at some of the old magazines, you'll see them. There'll be like pictures of desktops with like ASCII graphics and all that. Or like maybe the application has a logo and that's it. Like a 2D flat image logo. So very, very sparse. But you do end up with them. Alright. So we got 2,000 users. Did we turn profit last month? We did. We did turn a profit yet again. Weirdly actually making money. We'll never recover our investment, but weirdly actually making money on it now. A couple of thousand a day to a couple of hundred a day. Okay, so we had to spend about 50,000 to pay owed taxes. I wish it would alert you when you had a contract or whatever expire. Let's see if we can't take another one. Let's see, you're from 1988, but your family really early adopters. So yeah. Yeah, no, that was the thing. My family was pretty early on tech adoption as well. I don't think you're buying an antivirus in 1984 and paying a monthly subscription of any substance for it. Considering you're probably not connecting to the internet in the first place, so your overall potential footprint for getting caught with malware was pretty negligible, especially considering at that time, malware in general was a pretty negligible concern. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and advertise our direct competitor. We are smart. We may have our own product getting murdered, but we'll go ahead and market someone else's product. It does make you wonder if you could sit there and just set your budget based on their budget, so you knew you were you're getting the marketing. We are just barely hovering ahead of losing money each month. Still turned profit on this last month too. And still gaining more fans. Or market recognition. Sorry, not fans. Market recognition. We are still getting better known in the antivirus sphere. Which will be good. That said, we are slowly just bleeding ourselves on that. Alright. So we got 5 months left on this. We are aiming for December this year. So we're going to keep letting them work on that. I'm a little worried we're going to fall short on the 2D graphics. Because you only need 1 star for 2D graphics. I mean, I got 6 people capable. They should be okay. They should be able to get that done. Still managing to barely stay above water. And how is this doing? Still making money. Which is interesting, because it says I'm continuing to go negative. So where it says we made a profit last month, there's something it's not accounting for, that it's accounting for in one place where we're losing more and more money each month even though it says we're supposedly, in theory, making a little bit of money each month. Okay, so I think it's time we cut your budget again on the marketing here. We'll drop that down to just $1,000. Next to nothing. Because I don't exactly think we're going to be bringing on much in the way of new users. Still getting more market recognition. Okay, you're getting ready to hit the end of your rope, and we're going to fail that because we don't have the 2D art you need. Which that's a competing antivirus, so, you know, who cares? Alright, we're able to upgrade our tech again on our existing antivirus. So that might promote some more sales. So I guess we'll make great decisions and we'll continue to market. How are we doing on inventory? We still have 6,000 in inventory. Okay. Cool, so let's see if that helps with sales or anything. We should also check with that. Is there a new operating system we got to be worried about? Nope. No new operating systems. Okay. So I lost money that month. Let's grab a new marketing contract. And just keep them working. This is going to be real bad. We're very, very, very short on the code aspect. I am going to put it for a review and just see what the results are. I'm expecting it to be scathing. But we're supposed to release this December. And it's August. And code-wise, it's in bad shape. The company is in debt. Okay. So, amusingly enough, I might just roll with that. It's bad, but I think we roll with that. So problem here is we need to be bringing in more money right now. Right now would be a good place to bring in some more cash. I've got a lot of these that are not ready to rock yet. Can I get something I can worry about way later? So that's next year early. Ah, here's one for way later. You require audio 2D. If we have to, we'll take that and continue working on our audio. Alright, what about you? You also require audio 2D. $19.91 for game development. Oh, that's support, never mind. Yeah, that's all support down there. And amusingly enough, you don't want to pay much. Yeah, there was one up here that, yeah, so one of you was for design that's way out there. Yeah, so grab you on board. So that's a project to be worked on way later. And this one, we don't even remotely have what we need for it. But that'll be a thing we worry about later. Right now, I'm going to take the money. In the meantime, just to make sure I don't game over, let's go ahead and we will say, like $100,000 loan, 2 years. Okay. supposedly still making a profit. I am doubtful. But supposedly his entire later end here, it has effectively been profitable, apparently. Okay, we did make more money. Meanwhile, we're going to promote that. We're going to finish it. And we lost all our reputation. Once again on our dev. Cool, man. We can go ahead and develop that. We got a tiny bit of reputation back. Love to see it. Okay. So we're not doing great on any of this. Okay, we're cleared our debt. Congratulations, there's our patch. Alright, so we need to expand our skill sets in a lot of things. How goes our training on our people? We shouldn't be going through this way. It should go from here. Alright. So you... Why are you both on the design team not trained? What is currently happening right now? Go to our design team. Go to our HR policy. You are set to train literally anything. And yet you aren't. And we don't have the warning being like, hey, waiting for other people to be back. So let's go ahead and we'll just deal with that ourselves. So you can have the design. I want to see the comparison from the rest of the team. I was trying to remember. They'll go in here and they'll be like, hey, here's how I compare against the rest of the team out here. Yeah, so we can have... You go ahead and you'll be System 3. And you go ahead and you'll be 2D3. Because that was design and this needs to be an artist. So getting them to the higher level of audio isn't going to really help too much. Okay, so probably want to go in here and grab another marketing contract if we can get one. Okay, meanwhile, how's our teams coming along? Yeah, so our core team doesn't look like they're going to be able to get over 54% synergy because of the fact that we've got their teams split up in so many areas. They're not really socializing with each other. We don't have a meeting space large enough to accommodate them. So their collaboration is suffering. I could go and get this space. It cost me $5,000 a month, which is not a trivial amount, and just basically make this into a giant meeting space. That would probably let me help that. And that might be worth it because it should help in literally the whole stack of things we've got going on here. And so that could help us improve our overall performance and maybe the quality of what we're working on. Meanwhile, we did ultimately decide to not iterate this. And it's going to come out half-baked, is what's going to happen here. We did not have the skills we needed to do that properly. Okay, so I have a design and a support deal that got canceled because the people we were doing them for stopped existing. So let's go ahead and get a new support deal to replace the old one. And then design-wise, that was luckily one of the more recent to be ending design things. So that works out relatively okay. We'll bring that on board. keep those contracts going. Put the core team into specialization teams. I can do that. I've been debating that this whole time is taking all the support people off of the core team, giving them a new team lead, and then just putting them under that umbrella and seeing about that side of things. It's not a terrible idea. It will massively ruin the cohesion for a little while. All right, let's... Because we do that, because right now, this is our first support area. And the problem is with this building, because you have to have your areas in between here to keep the noise down or everyone gets mad with support, I don't have any spaces that are big enough to accommodate me putting support all in one area. So that's... I do feel like that's those ones I need to get the new building. I'm going to go ahead and do this. This is probably not the right decision. But this is our, I just want to have a solution kind of decision. Okay, so you're $2,000. You're neutral. So not the nicest chair. But it will keep it at least reasonably priced. Alright, and we need to go in here, put a clock on the wall. This shouldn't matter in this room, but I'm going to do it anyways. Clock on the wall. It shouldn't matter here either, but we can put the... Where are you at? Put the bookcase in the corner. And then we need to go to our utilities. Put a sprinkler in here. And a fire alarm. That should satisfy that for needs of being a meeting room. So that should help with cohesion a little bit. Can they have their own floor? Yeah, no, I can set it up so they have their own floor. The problem is, I can only... This isn't my building, so I can only rent out these wings. The whole middle of the building I can't. Which means no matter what, I am going to be splitting the teams up between rooms. Which isn't terrible, but that's what's causing our cohesion issues to begin with. So we either keep really small teams, so I can keep them isolated to a room which has a lot of overhead, or I lose the cohesion there. The meeting room actually helps with that. You all suck. Quit asking for more money. Oh, Terrible 2D? Promote? Market? Press build should have already been done. Cool. I don't have high expectations of this, by the way. My expectations of how this is going to go are pretty grim. Okay, so we got everyone coming in for their meetings. Like I said, this does help with team cohesion when you do that. Because ultimately, team cohesion is built up by effectively socializing, building a social rapport between you and your teammates in the game. And that's not super unrealistic. Ultimately, in a lot of ways, it is kind of a thing that you do, you know, work with your peers and all that, get to know each other better, and it does help. Alright, so we are releasing Terrible 2D today. Alright. Rip us. Literally the same luck we had the last one. Alright, so $10,000 marketing for right now. They're actually estimating I should get 22,000 copies ordered. Okay. Sure. I am not confident in this. but sure. They need to be updated multiple tiers and all that. Let's get the programmers in on this. Look at a massive update we need to be doing to that. And then next month we get to see how good, bad, or otherwise this is going to go. If we're lucky, this thing might end up being anything other than a money pit. Okay, we were fined for our taxes stuff. We had our design deal with Onceler got canceled because they got bought out. Again, I think that was a up-and-coming one, which I'm pretty okay with. Let's see. We're looking for one of these that's way out. There is no design contracts that are not in the immediate future. We're going to take a development contract we have 0 chances of getting done. Cool. Alright. So we got our updates here. And I also need to go to... that's going great. Surprisingly, it's still saying that technically we're profitable on here. My money is still going down. We're more of a high-rise area. Did the company move? Oh, we started a new run at the beginning of stream because we only had like 1 hour in the last one because we took a loss near the end of yesterday's stream, and so we only had an hour. I was like, yeah, I'd like a fresh start. It's not going amazing. We're running into problems. Okay, so none of these operating systems do we care about supporting, so that's good news. You appear to be heading into bankruptcy. Yeah, no, it's I need to drop this. We are just burning money, but we're building up a lot of market recognition, so I'm trying to just keep things going until it's a good time for me to make the next iteration of our antivirus. And then my hope is with the next iteration of the antivirus that we ultimately... you know, just go ahead and be able to capitalize on the market recognition we are building for ourselves. Okay. So I've been trying to not increase our staffing any more than we already are. But we are going to be putting ourselves in trouble. Because one thing that's happening is we're slowly, everyone's, you know, asking for their raises and getting their raises and all that, because you need that to keep them on board. But it does mean from the expense side of things, is the cost of our staff just slowly starts climbing. Yeah, so marketing is what's getting us right now. So let's eliminate our marketing budget entirely for this. We're going to end marketing of Terrible AV. It's going to have what it's going to have, and we're just going to let it cook. Like, if it makes it, great. If it doesn't. But burning... Is there an education budget? Yeah, so they do pay for training. Usually that just all goes into the budget for the team. We just lost so much money that one. Okay. Yeah, so we're just going to keep that going. We still have users left. Alright. So what we can do is we need to keep taking on some of these ones. We had the marketing go away. Let's grab that marketing one. And then we'll grab this support to offset some of those some of those contracts that came to an end. And you're still working on your thing, that's fine. Yeah, problem is so many of these design ones and all that, they're for stuff that's like right here in the next couple of months. And that's kind of the issue, is I need stuff that's farther out that at least gives me some time to work on it. Because we've been botching them all, they're not... Oh, here we go. Here we go. 1990. 3 whole years to work on that. Who cares if I'm not qualified to do it? We might be qualified to do it someday. Maybe. Maybe. Alright. We're definitely taking the approach of being like, yeah, no, we could totally do that. Don't you worry. Okay, so we're gonna bump you up in priority. Oh no, bump you down. I have that backwards. You're not my product. I don't care about you. Alright, if you could just finish that, that'd be lovely. Okay, so pushed out a major update for Terrible 2D. Alright. New feature has been unlocked. Computer operating system 3D rendering. We have contracts for 100% going to fail, but we are going to take all the money we can from them while we wait to fail. Alright, so... we're having to shift more and more from marketing to support gigs because we're not getting new marketing opportunities because our reputation is in the toilet. As he fell down a game rabbit hole and found the old Infocom archive. Never could get in those games. What's interesting history? Gotcha. Yeah. So there's some patches. How is our game stuff going here? So we're starting to slowly build up market share on the 2D editor. We're building up recognition there. We do have a very slowly declining user base for Terrible AV. So what I think ends up happening here is if we were to make a sequel to Terrible AV, because I don't think you can take your existing subscription software and add new features to it. I don't believe that's a thing. Yes, you can't make it like a forever software where you just keep updating it more and more. So it seems like our primary losses are marketing and distribution have been the primary things that have been killing us, which makes sense. We've been marketing it constantly. We just stopped recently. Distribution being so high is a rough one. Okay. If I went here and said make a sequel, so that's still covered. Like, that's the thing. There hasn't been enough changed that it doesn't, people don't want. Yeah, people don't want the new features yet. So I could make a new version, but there's not a draw to the new version yet. Okay. That said, we're getting more users on there. But yeah, no, we're in proper trouble. We are paying down the loan we took little by little. But the issue is more the continued negative on our budget. Realistically, our options is if we start cutting people, we start missing deadlines on all these, more so than we already are, which that starts drying things up. We could deliberately start liquidating things, and go back to being a small studio, relocate, and start building up from scratch kind of thing. Strategic reduction, as it were. That's really rough when you do it later in the game, because like people become friends with each other and all that. When you start downsizing your company, you just create these waves of people quitting and everything because everyone's pissed off that their friend quit or was fired or whatever. Okay, so we actually paid an extra fee of 40,000 and we're profitable. So that's pretty good. Okay, we got another up in the 2D stuff going on there. They get stressed out if you do that too much at once. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like, they stress out so much that they just can't work effectively anymore. And so you just have to, like, wait till they get over it, which just takes a while. So it really makes it so they can't really function in a lot of ways. We got 2 more of our marketing things have fallen off. We don't have marketing stuff to replace it. And we're filling it up with support stuff. And support stuff does okay. But it's not as lucrative as marketing. Yeah, so you do have a lot of fans and all that. And you're still losing your entire marketing budget's worth of stuff. But you are also continuing to build up your active number of users. Okay, so we managed to turn a profit that month. That's good news. All right. As far as software releases, we don't want to go in here and do like an operating system or something big. Games are also big and all that. We would want to do potentially another antivirus or whatever. But it's been too recently since we released our last one. Actually, when did we release our last one? I mean, it's been 4 years? Make a sequel. Alright. Yeah, so feature-wise, the issue is they just don't have an interest in more functionality. So what I probably need to do is mix in some really small projects as well, like the little small contracts, to start sussing out who has talent. So lead designer for you. We don't know what your deal is. Okay. Design teams. Okay. Development teams. Okay. Get it on there. All right. Accept that. So we can knock that out in no time whatsoever. It's only worth like 10,000. All right, so that's done. That's a contract out of here. Okay, so that's worth a little bit. We can go here. That's this year. All right, so that's development. We already have 2 development contracts I'm not going to be able to do. We don't have any or design ones they have. That's going to be a problem. We're trying to recover our reputation. Okay. You don't know if it's still viable, but you used to always dedicate a floor to printing deals. Yeah, no, that's the thing. And if when you have your own building, you can do that, but this isn't my building, so I can't put a bay door on it to have the delivery vans show up to get the delivery. I mean, actually, maybe you can put it down here. I'd never actually tried, to be fair. But, this isn't my building, so I'm heavily restricted in what I can do to modify the space. If I can get some money set aside, we can try to hop over, make our own space and all that, and see what we can make happen. Alright. So you're working on all that still. We got these support contracts, which I'm probably already over dipping too much into those. I mean, I say that as our marketing ones, the last of them are falling off. Okay, so got those updates done. How goes this? We're actually making money. Like, actual money. With this. That's genuinely an actual solid positive of almost 20,000 with the terrible 2D. Let's check to see if we have a new operating system yet. Okay, we do have a new operating system that has just come out recently. It might be worth considering supporting. So let's go ahead and put that on the roster. Terrible AV probably doesn't need to do that. Okay. And what do we got here for the new contract? Ah, good, a marketing one. Marketing we can just do easy. So let's plunk you right up here by the top. You're handling all the existing support stuff, so that's good. Okay. And one of the good news is one of these contracts that we couldn't do dropped off. Yeah, so let's make it a plan that each day we're going to get one tiny contract and talk to one of our designers with the intent of trying to figure out which designers are our better designers so that in the future when it comes to making our new products, we make sure to hand those off to our best designers. So let's grab you, design lead. We don't know how good you are yet, so welcome aboard to doing that contract. Because those tiny little systems that we do the contracts for them, they'll let us know this. One thing that'd be nice is if we can get a leader with some automation skills, it would be good to start getting it where we can have the leaders handle these updates and all that so I don't have to manually do them. Because that was one of the things that becomes a big pain down the road, is as you start getting more and more product lines, if you don't get the project set up for automation, you can see where this gets to be pretty unmanageable pretty quick. All right, and that's you done. Okay, well, we got that done. It didn't give us information about how good that employee was in design for whatever reason. Okay, and how are we doing so far as our loan? You pay that out, so we're no longer in debt of any kind. How are you doing so far as inventory? You still have 17,000 in stock. You made another 21,000. You might genuinely actually become profitable in time. Cool. New feature unlocked. Computer operating system network, computer operating system auto update, computer operating system app store, computer operating system cloud backup. In 1987, I think not. Yeah, those definitely didn't come out in the pre-1990s. Cloud services in the 1980s. No, that's not a thing, man. Yeah, no, that's a thing. You can do all sorts of things like print. You can produce hardware. Yeah, no, the antivirus, I agree, is another one of those ones like, no, you're probably not having that there. So we already have, again, dev stuff we're not going to get done. That's design stuff that we're not going to get done. Okay. All right, let's get a new contract. Design lead. Like I said, we're just trying to get a feel for all this. Meanwhile, update you. Update you. All right. And done. All right, so 34 out of a potential 100 there, so we're finding Margaret might be a pretty good lead designer. We're just continuing to have her do contracts to help stuff. I'd say we get around, oh man, it's 200,000 enough? 200,000 is probably nowhere near enough. I want to get out of this location. Is playing with a level of integrity that goes way after you make your first billion. You're just talking about like billionaire stuff, like being shady and all that. And waiting for these contracts to fall off that are for, you know, due this month kind of thing, so we get our whatever the new batch is. Lost a little bit of money that month. That's okay. Let's go and grab another one of these. Lead designer. Grab you. Accept. All right, get these on the list. That way we can keep getting those built up. All right. So let's give those a mode to queue through the support tickets. All right, so we got all our bugs fixed for the time being. We're still porting that. We're designing this. And just trying to figure out who our good designers are. Or a good designer. 40 out of 100, continuing to climb, so that's good news. And we're getting all that done, so we have plenty of time left. Do we have another marketing or support? We'll have to grab another support contract. Which is interesting to me that that's holding up. Because genuinely keep cutting these loose. So you have this, you're due this month, so that's not happening. You're due this month, so that's not happening. You're due next month, so you're not happening. Why are you only giving me support contracts and dev contracts for like... I mean, that one's way out. But it requires a 3D editor, and I can't do that. Do you need to hire every single decent lead designer your competitors have? Then have them sit in an office for years staring at the wall in the basement until all their creativity is stifled out of them? Then fire them? No. But love the game. Yeah, no, that's the thing. There's lots of ways you can play this. Okay, so we got another contract done of satisfying. So we're back up to 2 stars reputation. I kind of wish that we could, kind of wish we could get ourselves some new decent design contracts. Because we're exhausting all we have. These are all dev contracts. Every one of these ones down here are dev contracts. We're completely out of design contracts. We now have the occasional person who's idling and all that because they don't have anything to do. What's going on here? I saw that we have people who need training. Why are you not getting that training? So you'll get system 2. Well, actually, wait. So we need no audio 2 artist. Well, we don't have an artist here. So we'll get you on system 2 because we need people doing that. We can have you start having the ability to do... You're in that team? It honestly doesn't matter. Alright, we'll go ahead and do this one. So we'll get you doing system 2D as well. Grab this one. This one system 2D, or system as well. You can be system 3. You'll be... Oh, you actually have network? I give you network 3, you probably won't get to use it, but... Network is one of the harder ones to get because it doesn't show up right at the beginning. I didn't realize we actually hired someone who had network skill. Okay. What does trade gold mean in this context? You can actually trade gold as in literally gold. To avoid tax obligations and whatnot, you can basically purchase more gold than you're legally allowed to and all that, to kind of sit on it as a commodity. And you can get in trouble where the government will come and take it from you. So you can do some very underhanded, shady things. Their money's going down again. That's kind of the catch of where we're at right now, is I can't stop doing what I'm doing. There's no design. There's literally no design. It is nothing but dev work. So we're just exhausting all of the things I could work on. Okay, and how are these doing? You're still saying reporting as turning a profit, a gradually reducing profit. We're getting more market recognition and all that. Okay, so we got to figure out how we're pivoting. Because right now the issue is I've got staff that I'm having to keep too much contracts going on, and we're hitting the point that I can't actually do the contracts we're getting. Because we're taking what we can get, and that's what's left. And needless to say, that's not sustainable. And we've been cutting back on our spend on our own projects that have effectively failed. But we are in the situation where if we try and downsize, everyone's going to be upset because they're all friends of each other and yada yada, which is fair. But I need to be bringing in more money, so we can do the ride or die of taking a big old loan and then trying to go to a new location. But it's real hard to recover when you take a really big loan. But with all these dev contracts, we don't have what we need to complete them. I mean, actually, this one's coming along okay. We need artists, surprisingly. But opening up an entire art team is a hard one to do. Because all of that basically means money. So that, you grow your art team, but now you need more jobs to support your art team, which means taking on more jobs. That's what got us in trouble last time. So basically what's hurt us this time is we had a failure of a product release, and we didn't do the thing you're supposed to do when you have a failure. Screw this guy and asking for a raise every freaking time. Wireless communication on the operating system. But we're in this thing where I really have got to get ahead of things. Okay, so we got another 20,000 from that. Yeah, because our staff are getting more expensive, which is fair. Alright, so we did get a bunch of new contracts. Give me some design. Okay, design. 1990. 3D editor. Requires level 2 3D. I physically cannot do that. I can, however, do this. We'll take on that one. And that's 2 years. I could take on that one. Take on that one. We did get another marketing one we'll take on. We'll take on that one. They're taking on a lot of work. And my hope is that we can inject enough money that I can make a move to getting our own building so I can get myself some rooms large enough so that I could get my teams into single spaces together. Okay, so that's 22 months, 27 months, 34. Okay. I was saying, why not raise him onto the roof of the building with no place to cover from the snow? No way back down? I'm sorry, what? Also buy illegal bootleg furniture in this game and sell it? Do I need the money? No, but for the love of the game. Yeah, no, the game lets you just do all sorts of silly things. Alright. So if we can get ourselves like $250,000, I'm going to make the move to try and get ourselves a new location. That we will set up, someplace else. Alright. Okay, so our own software we've released have lost us $2 million. For those not keeping notice, our own work lost us $2 million. Work we've done for other people has kept us alive the whole time. That's not unusual for this game. Like, sometimes you can get really lucky and get yourself a really solid release. Usually you have to take on a lot of debt or have to grind a while to get some pretty significant money into the back burner kind of thing to get there. But a big part of it does boil down to market recognition. That basically this thing up here where it says market recognition, that fans number, that's effectively how good your marketing is going to work. Because marketing that you've made a product when no one knows who you are in the first place doesn't really do a whole lot. You still do it. But once people start to know you and you start marketing, name recognition and all that does a lot more. Okay, so let's go ahead and stretch. Okay, so we got that. Let's give that a minute to cook. Because we got the support log here that I want to get them through before we cut our updates. Because they gotta do all their marketing and stuff. Okay. Yeah, so I think what we will do is we'll try and get to a new location, and we're gonna start breaking up our core team into specialty teams. So we will have a dedicated, this is the developer area, this is the marketing area, this is the whatever area. And I am going to try to make them sizable things so we can handle a team of like 20 or so people. Which does mean it's going to be a not insignificant investment to set up. Okay, we're making good money. Let's get that done. I wonder if we just sell the location, I wonder if we get our money back for the furniture versus storing it. I don't remember a lot of the mechanics around that. Okay. So develop you. You should get knocked down in no time. And we're gaining a lot of reputation. You did an experiment where you dropped the recommended price for a software you developed by $20. So did it blow up the sales or not really? And thank you, Mohan Rai, for the 390 stream streak. Catch the last 390 streams without missing a single one. I do appreciate it. Yeah, because I haven't messed with the price too much, because most of the games, if you raise the price more than a tiny bit, usually be a whole thing. Okay, so you got 51 to 98. Let's see, even with the low market recognition, you got a ton of sales and made like 5 million profit. Gotcha. Yeah, no, we had a previous time I played that we went and adjust things. I wonder if you can adjust the price after the beginning. Change price. Let's see what happens. Because hand over fist losing money anyways. So let's see what happens here if we cut the price to about half. Because I got like 200 something users. I don't think it'll make any kind of difference. But yeah, that's we did an operating system one of the times I played. Where right at the beginning I took like $1 million loan, made an operating system as the first software. And because it was the only operating system that had half the features, even though it was considered low quality, it just made incredible amounts of money. Which I actually kind of got bummed by that run because it was ending up getting like 20 or 30 million dollars or some ridiculous nonsense. And so I kind of couldn't spend the money fast enough. And it did kind of ruin the experience for me a little bit. Like, there's the times when you just get those when you're like, alright, well, I didn't really earn this. It just kind of happened. Okay, so we're getting our money sorted real fast. Okay. And once again, because I said 250, I'm like, alright, we're going to need probably more than that. We'll get like 500,000. We're just going to kind of milk these for a little bit here. And then what we could do is get our new location built. And our teams are going to get all rearranged. Our cohesion's going to go to absolute down the crapper. That's when you decide it to be unethical as possible and buy out all your competitors' shares and then turn them into subsidiaries. Yeah, you can do a bunch of like that's the thing is you could genuinely play this game where you don't even worry about the software money beyond getting your start. And then just abuse the market. You can do a lot of stuff around there to find success. All right. So let's see what we get from today. Cool, and that was with us paying about 60,000 in taxes. And if we check on our sales here, yeah, so I lowered the prices. It didn't appreciably change it at this point, but it's also those things that's kind of probably too little too late. Let's go ahead and do one more of these. Because these will also actually continue to get bigger and bigger, your one-off contracts. Yeah, so I got a decent number of fans to start off with. So I think we'll do is we'll go to a new location, and we'll see about putting out a new version of our antivirus, and see what we can do with that. Build a little shack in a wood of the chair in it, and invested your starting capital in an upstart company that started selling shares and released their first software. Did nothing but sit in that chair and made like 400,000 a year. Yeah, I mean, that is a thing in real life. If you invest well, you can actually just ride on the investments. All right, let's get this off the board, then we're moving. We're gonna disrupt a lot of things. But yeah, because I'm expecting a whole bunch of thing. Come on. It might actually be one of those things I get in trouble because, not that it's too ambitious, but I'm spread too thin, so I might fail that contract. Alright. Just a little bit more. Then we can do the dev stuff. Barely gonna implement it. Cool, there you go. Yeah, it's 7% done. It's perfect. Yep, so they penalized me for it, but that's alright. Alright, so with that, though, I think we're at that moment. I've got, well, actually, okay, I've got 650,000 in the bank. We're going to pause there, and we're going to move our company. $650,000 in the bank should be a decent amount to do something. Now, most of the time I end up going rural because you could just have all the land you could possibly want to build on. The town, you get a lot more limited space to be able to add stuff on. And then you've got city, and the city actually has a very high tax rate. There's a lot more talent pool, but they cost more. So let's go ahead, and we're going to go to rural. And I don't believe the temperature makes any difference beyond, like, do you need heat, do you need cold, whatever. And you can do the bigger plots, which just makes it a little bit less of a thing. So we're going to go ahead and get that going. Yeah, do I want to do rural? Because the city one, you get these little patches here. And then the town, you get like little spots here and there mixing among the houses. Yeah, rural's the one where you can just kind of keep building. There's lakes and stuff that do block you. We'll go for temperate this time, because I've done cold, I've done hot. We're going for temperate. Okay, so it did actually give me a bunch of money back for the furniture, for what it's worth. It probably wasn't nearly what my furniture was worth, but it did give me a bunch back. So, the first thing we need to do is we need to make space for their offices. All right. We got a couple of things. So what's the land situation look like here? We got a bunch here. I'll probably end up needing to put like down, like not buy it outright, but down payments. So what I'm debating here is, do I want to go and right up in the front set up a bunch of stuff for what we need? All right, let's set up first. We will have, so parking lot will be over here because I'm gonna need the parking lot. We're probably in trouble with how much I'm doing. So let's I'm gonna pay way more for that, but I can put a down payment of like nothing and pay them monthly. We'll do that. Down payment of nothing, monthly, because we'll have our parking lot here. So with this, though, because we have to have the parking lot with how many employees I've got. So I'll go here. That'll be the start of the parking lot. If I need more, we go over there. So what I'm thinking, though, is to avoid a lot of the negative stuff you get where they get all mad about the room being there. So this will be the reception room. So nice little tiny reception room. And I'll worry about furnishing that in a minute. I've already got a bunch of contracts for now. Then we'll have over here will be the entrance that'll go past security and all that. We can also put the stairs in the elevator here. So let's figure you're going to be like this. Put the door there. We will need the security table. Oh, we can go ahead and grab the reception stuff. So chair here. Chair there. Reception counter. Okay. All right, and there's the entranceway for our reception area. We can go ahead and get rid of these styles. Let's choose our style for our place going to be. So for the exterior, we have like concrete and slab and metal siding and tile and all that. I usually end up often doing something like this. We can do light brick. That's fine by me. Interior space. We can do the wood paneling kind of thing. Because, like, that's a... I mean... You know what? Sure. That is aggressive. Sure, why not? And then for the floor, we'll go ahead and just do a nice wood floor. Okay. Okay, we'll save that as default. And set you. Let's see, whatever you can do to them can be done to you in higher difficulties. Yeah. Usually don't run into too much of, like, the truly cartoonishly awful things, though. It'll go here. So what happens here now is I need the furniture. We want to have the front area here. There should be a security bench somewhere. I gotta remember where we have that at in here. There it is. So that's everyone who comes in from work there. There's the security bench. And so I'm thinking here is we'll go right over to this side. And I'll go ahead and go boom. Grab you. Grab you. Can't build rooms. I just want a wall. I don't want a full room. Yeah, it's fine. Whatever. But our stairwells up and down will go here. We'll probably have like the stairwell up, maybe the elevators here, and all that. Okay. So with that said, we are going to want to make room for an actual place for like meetings, cafeteria, all that kind of nonsense. So let's plan that to be a relatively large room here. And then we'll have a hallway kind of in this area. That'll be our hallway. Want doors. There's the doors that go there. That'll be the cafeteria space. You'll have the cafeteria have actual lighting. And this will be like cafeteria, meeting area, combined area. And then grab chairs. Well, I'll probably have the food in a different spot, maybe in this hallway out here. We'll deal with that. So that's our meeting room. The team mod the CDO after Am Driver and SNL. Oh, was the oil business guy? Yeah. Alright, so the next thing we have is we've got our hallway here. But I want to be able to have rooms that we can put our staff in that are big enough to support like 20 or so people. Now I could go and make this whole area here on the end one room, and then we go to the next floor and have another one right there. We can go ahead and take advantage of that. Then you'd have a hallway going this way for more. We'd have the bathrooms in this spot. Okay, let's plan for big room. We're going to exhaust our money and have lots of problems. So we're going to be dealing with that. Okay. So this is going to be the first of these rooms. All right. So this is the room that for right now is going to be dedicated to the core team. I think we're just going to go probably for right now with the generic, we don't really care what we're setting them up with, it's fine. And we can go back in and clean up later. Let's grab office furniture, grab this. Little to do with money. Make turn a lot of money. I don't know how big this team is anymore. Okay. All right. That's not what they do. Thought the software and oil industry about crushing your enemies and grinding them to bones and dust. Yeah, I mean, obviously you're doing like a way over the top kind of cartoonish thing. That isn't really how a lot of those things work in real life. Thankfully, for a whole lot of reasons. But yeah. Yeah, what do you have to say about this? So, still not very bright. And that's slightly, ever so slightly dim. Alright. So we need more ventilation for summer days. So we've got that. So before we get too much involved, because that's going to be the AC. So this is basically a finished room other than we don't have the AC vents. I wonder if I can see how much the AC vents will cover before I have the things going on there. Oh, I don't need to mark you as a favorite. So let's check here. Yeah, that's basically letting me know I don't have what I need for that. Alright, so this would be stair up, stair down. We can put the elevators here. So let's go ahead real fast and do this. Go to our building. Yeah, so it'd be stair up, stair down, elevator in the middle. And that should accommodate them being able to go up and down. Have to go past the security desk to get there. So the next thing we'd want to do is we do want to be able to have more stuff back here. So we can plan for the hallway to be here, and then restrooms over there. So we'll wait on that part in a minute. Actually, we won't. We'll go and we'll cut that in half. And they'll bisect this again. And then we can go over here, because I don't need this to have a wall. Okay. And then we could do here. Make a bunch of stalls for the bathrooms. So there's the bathroom there. We got those there. Alright, and get all these set up to have their colors. And we are very rapidly running out of money. Very rapidly running out of money. Not even going to be close to the amount of capacity we need for this. Alright, so we've got our first area for our core team. We've got a meeting room. We've got reception. We've got our hallway for just navigating around as I expand the area. We do have our set of bathrooms here. So the next thing we'll end up needing to do is go up here and grab... Yeah, so you are 6x4. So you can grab this here. And give you your design, go down here. And so we'll start off with just the stairs. There we go. And that gives us a way up here. Now, with this, the second floor up here doesn't need another office. So I think we plan to do is we make this into a big hallway here, and then this whole area here can just be a it could be that this ends up being up here ultimately the canteen. I could temporarily make it just a quick small, it's actually pretty big, a small quote unquote area. So we'd go here. So you need 4 there. Delete this wall. Give you that color. And you are 6 by 9, it looks like. I think it's 6 by 10, actually. All right, and then we can go here. And I'll go here, put a pair of doors there. Put a pair of doors here. All right, so next thing to do is go down there, grab a desk. We can do better than this design. But first, the money is fading fast. It is not a really good space for them. Okay, so this is gonna be bad is what this is gonna be. Like I said, this will probably end up being a temporary solution because I'm gonna run out of money. But I at least want to try and fit a bunch of them in here. Okay, we can give you your decoration, give you your decoration. Okay. Cool. Alright, so we'll need ventilation there. We're going to have all that. Obviously, I've got a space here we can put to use, which I could just extend this to get a couple more desks in there, which I probably will. Yeah, we can probably just go ahead and do that. No, I can't. I'm pretty much close to spent, and I still have to put the air conditioner on this thing. So what's going to end up happening here is because we're just strictly running out of space, and I do have to have an AC or we'll have problems. So in this particular... Oh, we still need to put your fire alarm. We'll need a fire alarm. I don't strictly need in all these places, but you know. One here and here. One in the meeting room. Do you not have your bookshelf? You don't. One in here. There shouldn't matter as well. I'm sure we'll fail our first fire inspection and have lots of things to correct. Okay, but before I forget, so we need the big old AC, because we're going to be using those vents. So roof air conditioner. And for right now, that bad boy's going to go right there. And then we can go over here. Not enough heating for winter nights. I don't love that, but that's okay. We'll get there. Okay. So that'll give us the cooling we need. So cooling is done. We will need a heat pump. We could set that up there for right now. Now I could do the same deal we just did. So that gives you the heating you need. Alright, so in theory we've got all that. You still need lights in this space. And same here. Same there. Alright. So we're basically spent. We did not get enough made, though. So we're going to have some pretty nasty growing pains at the beginning. We're going to start... This is the core team's room. Core team goes there. And honestly, how many people do we have working here? We have 55 employees. Alright, hold up 1 second. We have 55 employees. There are 4 desks deep. By 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 24 desks in there. That handles almost the entire core team. I will need 1 extra desk here somewhere. Okay, and that will let us go ahead and grab all of you. And scoot you over 1. Yes, that should be what we need for the core team. Cool. And then the other 2 teams are 11 and 19. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So for right now, we have the design team will fit in this space. But the issue I have is I've got 19 employees who do not have a place to sit in the entire company. And we have spent all our money. So bear with me, chat. I need to pee real fast. So I'm going to quickly use the restroom and all that. I'll be back here in just a minute. But thank you again for tuning in. And we're probably going to be taking a loan to get the last of this area filled in for the dev team. But otherwise, we're pretty good. Oh, no, I've got food. I already ate before stream. All right, I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. Okay. Also, where you mentioned the snacks don't hurt and all that, we forgot to give these people food. um, so, so while you were discussing the human eating, they have no food, or for that matter, water or anything. So, maybe we fix that real fast before everyone mutinies as they cannot find anything to consume. We'll go ahead and put the water bottle thing right there. And we can go ahead and get a pair of vending machines. That will just put out in the hallway here. So that at least gives us food. Alright. We could also put a pair of fridges here. Okay, so I'll take care of that. Okay, so the problem is we still got a team of 19 people with nowhere to stay. And the reality is I'm just going to have to take a loan. Now I'm trying to remember, is the bank loan right? The bank loans, you can set it out where you could take a substantial bank loan and not have to pay it for a while. So it is going to end up costing me an extra $500,000 to take that bank loan. It'll be paying an extra $25,000 a day, or a month or whatever. But the alternative is we take this one, and it's way more expensive. So that is kind of where we're at, because I could go here and do something like this. The bank loan is only for a full million, though. I don't really want to take a full million. We don't need that kind of money. Like, 200,000 would probably be plenty. Yeah, 200,000 we play because it cost me 100,000 to probably get this spot. Then the furnishing might be another 30,000. All right, that's what's happening. Okay, so let's go ahead, get back to construction. I mean, you did hit 600 worth of building so far. Right. Yeah, so that's about the 100,000, like I said it would be. We do this. We go down here and we say, select the furniture, duplicate, and it was slightly more than I have. That's okay. So I'll have to go here. I can duplicate you up here now. And then we're going to need to go door. We're going to go to our windows. All right. Not enough ventilation for summer days. Right, because it looks like you didn't copy the fire alarm and all the other things. Sometimes that happens, and I don't really know why. Like, other times it's good about copying it. Okay, we can go here. We didn't get the cooling in this corner. We didn't get the cooling in, I believe, that corner. So I also need to go to utilities, sprinkler, utility sprinkler. Let's overlay Oh, right, we haven't had an actual fire inspection, so we won't get the results. Now, before we're done, we need to go into our office stuff again. Where's our bookcase? Let's actually play a space in the back here. All right. Go here. Cool. So we've got all that for now. Oh, you still don't have your lights. 1 second. How many lumen are we up to? 240 should be all right. Okay. They still get cranky about sharing a room even after different shifts. Even if it's on different shifts. As if you have it where they don't overlap, you're actually fine with that. Okay, so we've got... Oh, you need to be set to the design team. And then meanwhile, we will need to hire a receptionist, IT, maintenance, cleaning, and security. A security now matters a lot more than it did. So we want you to show up when the employees start to leave. We'll need another security person to show up at midnight. Yep, so you got overnight security. Now the big problem is that's probably not even remotely adequate parking. We got like, what is that? 12 spaces for 55 employees. Okay. And the bus means they arrive much later. Alright. So the first thing we want to do is we want to pay down our loans. So I've currently got about $600,000 in loans, unfortunately, that we need to get rid of. You said it, Weather. Alright, looks like there's been another uptick so far as things going on. Let's go ahead and continue to keep our programs going, alright? Alright, so what we're going to need to do is I'm going to take our wildly unsuccessful antivirus program that we have sunk about $101.3 million into it so far as lost profit. And so what we're going to do here... Yeah, so you got a new operating system and everything that we're going to be covering. Okay, that's fine. So we're going to make a sequel to this. Technology-wise, we don't really have a reason to add more stuff to it. So I can add a user interface, I can add networking and all that stuff. But these aren't going to do us any good. There's nothing there for us. So what we could probably do here is advanced, existing, do this. Terrible API. Increasing the tech level beyond your chosen framework will reduce the speed boost for features using that technology. Ah, so don't do this. Terrible AV API. So get the latest tech. Next. Let's go see about the operating systems. So we have Genesis Shade X, that's fine. We could ignore supporting the other ones. They've got basically the latest version of all the major operating systems. The competition's down there. If I apply it like that, it ends up... It's so weird that this is all content up there. So really, there's not a reason for this to exist. That's my hang-up right now. Yeah, and you're getting pretty solid. Because, like, it's not introducing any new features. Not really. It does cover the expected interest. I could go out of my way to drop that in there. But this is just, these don't add anything. If we were to go in now... And you're going to use Terrible 2D as your supporting framework. Gonna keep it all in-house. Yes, that doesn't do anything for us. Because expected interest is 100%. Would it be feasible to cut the entire team in half and half to use half the space, but have a night shift? Or do they get mad about splitting with their peers? They wouldn't get mad at splitting with their peers. They would get a little upset about night shift, but not bad enough that I wouldn't do it. What we'll probably end up doing is making more offices. That way I can build out the separate teams. Because, like, right now you saw I have that big team down there. We can start moving the people who are developers up into the programmers group from team core to the developer team. You know, then we can go to the design team, get it a big office like that, start moving our, design people out of the core team up there until basically the core team doesn't effectively exist anymore. That would be all specialized. Okay, so... We'll just make it 5. 5 flat. I don't think this is a good idea, but we'll see if with the existing product... So this one we're going to let it cook, is what we're going to do. I'm going to let it cook multiple iterations. We're going to try and make it as top quality as possible. So effectively, feature-wise, it's going to be comparable to what we already own, but with the intent of going in there and having a very significant increase in quality. All right, so let's see here. So this office here handles 25. So we got our core team. So we have the program team. Employees are not scheduled individually, rather must be part of a team, thereby would take 2 teams to split day and night. Yeah, you would do that. So what we can do, does each floor need a bathroom? No, it'll be faster for them. But because, like, I've had to take on debt, I want to get that debt knocked down. So what we can do is I've got room for 6 more people on the programmer team from the core team. So let's look at our employees in here. Based on their role. So for right now, we're going to grab you 6. You're going to switch teams to the programmer team. So congratulations, you outie. These are primarily designers, and then this is primarily support. So programmer team now has 25. Yeah, and we look at it, so they're all specialized. Okay, cool. Yeah, now having a bathroom on each floor would be beneficial. I would like to try and get our, first get our loan paid off. Loans, plural, paid off. Yeah, and it's like, you just spent $300,000. You bet I did. I built an entire building. It costs money no matter how you're doing it. Alright, but the good news is that is one loan paid off in full. Okay. Now that it will have cost us a lot of synergy on our teams, but we'll get there. Empty Gatorade bottle at every workstation. Alright, so let's go ahead and move this up here. And then get you sorted out. And we were not porting anything, that's fine. That's actually not what we should do. So, we can not port the AV, we can hold on this. You should be ported in the meantime, though. So yeah, so we got the new operating system here. We'll go ahead and get that added. We need to get Terrible 2D on the new operating system. It's interesting, even though Terrible 2D doesn't support the new operating system, that we can use Terrible 2D as the... Oh, wait, we didn't go with the graphical interface. I was going to say, as we could use as a graphical interface for our other application that then supposedly does. Right, we backed off that, so it probably would have warned us. I like that we're gaining a bunch of money here. Oh, it's because it's considering my loan payment against all that, so we can go ahead and pay... Well, we'll wait to pay you down to have a little bit more, because I only have 9,000 left. Okay, let's go ahead and we'll promote that. And finish that. We took a little bit of a hit on that one, because it wasn't quite up to quality, but... not as big as we've been taking. So it's one of the 4 dev projects we were working on that we were not remotely qualified to work on, that we used to kind of keep our head above water. Just wrapped up. Oh, and that is actually enough that I feel comfortable doing this now. Boom, second load paid off. Love to see it. And then the thing we're working on now is, if we look at this, I do have all this land, but all this land I am paying... Oh, I can't actually pay it down. I just have to keep paying the monthly. Alright, well, with that in mind, we'll just keep doing that and make mistakes. Okay, so we're going to buy that area because I don't have enough parking lot. That's going to be a problem. So what we can do next is, when I have a little bit more money in the bank, we're going to set another row of parking spaces, and then we'll intend on adding a ramp along one of the sides to accommodate getting more people in. But we paid off our debt. So I think the next plan here is going to be probably building out an additional floor up, get an area like this, get our design team in there, get the design team from core, move them up. Then I think the core team becomes our support team, because that should be the only ones left on core, is our singular artist and support. And we can work on that. You know, we got a graphical upgrade. Okay. The cars in this game are so bunky. I mean, it is a weird thing how big they make those parking spaces, but whatever. I do like how every day it's like, you're going towards bankruptcy because we're paying down our debt. But as far as it's concerned, doing a debt payment is just an expense. So like we eradicate our debt. Are the green vapors research happening? It's not research, but it is getting work done kind of thing. But yeah, so we did this time do good about we've got a room for them to all chill in to be able to eat. We've got it can also handle a pretty decent number of people for a meeting room. So there's that update done. There's that update done. You're still porting things. So Game Girl Connect 8 is a product we're just gonna let down our we're gonna let down the fans from the company who have contracted us to do that. It's not my product, so I don't care. That sounds like a them problem, not a me problem. Okay. Got some employees on vacation. Yeah, we're gonna let this one down pretty bad. Alright. Basically, we have been contracted to make this by another company, and we're just not gonna get it done. Is effectively what it boils down to. This is not gonna get done. That is just the reality of it. We are running out of time, and is nowhere near ready. Reverse that. So I'm confused. Okay, no, actually, okay, that makes sense. Never mind. I was overthinking it. Okay, so we got that set up. So that means we now have the elevator can go up and down. So people can start taking the elevator as well as the stairs. All right. We can go to our contracts here. Yeah, so no more marketing contracts have come up. Let's see. This is gonna make us look real bad. There you go. Oh, look. We lost almost a full star of reputation from that. What do you mean I delivered something that I couldn't remotely? Hey, look, the thing that said I wasn't qualified to work on one of my projects vanished. I wonder which project it could have been. What possible project could be so horribly underqualified to do that a bad thing? All right, let's go over here because, like I said, I want to get more of the parking garage going here. So let's go and okay. So with that, that should be plenty of parking for our current people where they only ride the bus if they really want to. Like it's a choice now to ride the bus, not a we didn't provide a place for them to ride the bus. You have a cleaner, right? Yeah. All right. They have a little bit more money. We build the next floor up. We set up this office here like this. This group moves into that space. Then we'll probably do is open this whole area up and make this like a proper food court area. So we'll have like, you know, the desks in here, the cooks providing food and all that kind of stuff. Because I actually reduce the frequency that people call in sick if I do that. Does it simulate break rooms? So there is the idea that they need to go and eat and all that. So it's not like, you know, it's specifically you go to the break room so much as it's just by the nature of the beast you end up going to where there's the food, which happens to be the break room. Typically. In our case, we don't have a dedicated break room. I've got a couple of vending machines here, and then we got what's effectively a meeting room. It's just a room with a big table in it. So they do use that as a break room. Okay, we got all you happening. I wonder when we can get digital distribution going on. That'll be a thing we can do eventually. So it's not here. I know it was definitely a thing we can go and set up at some point. Is digital distribution, so then what we can end up doing is distributing our own stuff without having to pay a distributor as the middleman. That can become its own nice little source of income to go with everything else. Yeah, so it can't keep up with support. That's one thing we can do. So right now we got room in the core team for 25. We can get 6 support people onto our core team. So let's go service, support. We don't really care about what your secondary role is. Low. Compatibility with the core team. We do not want you to be a born leader. Okay, so we're looking for people ideally with support 2 or higher. All right, you all are terrible. Okay. So, with the fact that they're all terrible, so 1, 2, 3, because you can also actually do some design, which is good. And we can get 3 more. We'll go ahead and do that because there's no new candidates. It won't cost me anything. 4, 5, 6, I guess. Why are the columns shaking? It's just a thing that happens with the UI sometimes. I don't know why it is. It's not always. It's every once in a while that it'll just, like, the UI just doesn't know how to handle things. Alright. So we've got all that going. So we are growing our core team, and core is becoming support. But we want to go and make another floor that will have our design people in. Alright, so both of our team leads want raises. Alright, so our fire inspector's visiting tomorrow is going to probably ding us in a lot of ways. And we'll just have to deal with that. Okay, let's go up here. The challenge here is I'm going to need to move you there. Actually, let's see what happens if we just try and build over top of it. It'll let me actually move it. Okay, so it gave me the money back, which I could live with that outcome. Alright, we can put the door here. Do this. Do that. We'll need to go... do this. Put you in place. And then we can go here to add the window. Ah, so you're going to be a problem there. So we'll move you over here for now. We'll want to get like a utility closet. I'll probably put one over here eventually. For right now, that's fine. So go to the stairs. There's you. Gives us space here. And there's the elevator. Okay. We've got our lights. Even though I don't think we technically need in these rooms. Oh, you don't have a sprinkler. That is a problem. So that would have failed us. I don't think we need them in these spots, but that's fine. And you do already have one. Okay, so hopefully we won't fail our fire inspection. Okay, we're making progress towards getting this. I want to have a little bit more money before we actually do it, because this is going to take me probably 200,000 to get that room completed. So I want to get that set up. Now, like I said, then design moves up here. This space, I think we stretch it out. We make that into our proper, like, you have a cook, cooking food and all that for the staff and everything. So we want to keep that cooking. We're getting to the point of having that ported soon. What else do we got? A bunch of these going. Money's doing okay. They're technically making money on both of these, but we're already so far in the hole. It's unlikely we'll ever recover from there. That room takes me roughly 220,000. Yeah, no, exactly. The building the room's 100,000, then like another 100,000-ish to furnish it. But that's fine. That's why we're going to go ahead and let that cook for a minute. Cool. And we have taxes to pay soon. It'll queue you two up. We'll let that cook for a minute before we do that. Okay, so we already got your stuff done. There's yours. Fire inspection failed. 1 fire alarm violations. Warning. You should put sprinklers in all rooms with flammable objects to decrease fire spread. View. Okay. So we had the sprinkler. I did not have a fire alarm in here. Alright, well, we were close. I was expecting to fail the first inspection because I had just built it and it's really easy to miss stuff. So we only missed a single fire thing. We didn't get fined that bad for it, so that's good news at least. Alright. Itchy nose. Okay, so you're iterating on that. You're almost done with this. This is about to be done. So it'll be good to start something new designing soon. Now, it is a thing Now we could take that down to, like, the minimum priority. And just deliberately extend that. I don't think I want to do that, because I always forget about that. Do that. We got ourselves a bit more reputation. Let's go to design. You're not due until 1992. You do require audio too, and I'm kind of thinking what we'll do with some of these ones that are way out there is we will, like, rise to the challenge kind of deal. If I'm missing a skill, let's get the skill. Did lowering the costs help sales? Not really, but that was put on products that were already well-established badly. So it's kind of one of those things. It's probably too little too late to have any real difference. In theory, we are making a profit on those, but I mean, it's very theory. We're still just hemorrhaging money out of those existing things. But we are getting a lot of recognition for the stuff we're making. So that should help out a great deal. Alright, so let's go here and get our new office built. Okay. And then we'll do the furniture next. Do I not have an IT person? Where's IT? I have an IT person. Okay, it's looking like we might be the point I need a second IT person. So we have a first shift IT person and a second shift IT person. Because there was 4 computers that were smoking at the same time there. Which means a whole lot of people didn't start working at the beginning of their shift because their computers were kind of actively broken. We're keeping all that going. What's your deal? Alright. Yeah, so we got a lot of things we're supporting right now. Okay, so we're at 93,000. Yep, that's fine. So we got about $50,000 in profit. We need to watch because anytime now my taxes will be due. Let's wait before we get that thing built until after our taxes are done. All right. You're not needed till 1992. Oh, but you need, like, network and everything. I don't have half of what you want. They have renderer I can't do. $1991. That's fine. We won't worry about that right now. Right now, we're just trying to get our existing projects knocked out. Okay, we got another little boost in our reputation. So we still got 3 design projects and 2 dev projects. Let's keep winding those down for the time being. Once we start getting to the point where we're starting to not necessarily lose money, but we're not making enough money to keep our head where we want it. We can take on another project or 2. Okay, so right, we paid taxes. Yeah, so that was the reason we didn't do the building yesterday, is I knew taxes were coming. Okay. So we're not doing too great on our support stuff, so we don't want to take more of that. We'd probably want another design contract, but the problem is you require level 2 3D. We don't have that. You require level 2 hardware. I don't know if we have that. I will take my chances with it. We'll see what happens. Okay, so I'll bring in a little bit more money. And keep that going, because we're also going to be shifting our teams around here in a minute. Because Core is going to give all of its designers over to the design team. We'll bring in more support people into the Core team, and that'll effectively be our services team at that point. And then at some point, we're going to want to get an art team, but the art team's always a tricky one because you really don't need as many artists in this as you do end up with the other responsibilities. So what it could even be is one of these floors, this area here becomes the... Sorry, this area here becomes like the cafeteria, and then the next floor, it becomes a smaller art office. Because it's seriously, you need like, for your other stuff, you need like maybe 1 in 10 artists to compare to your other staff. I'm sure there's like, if you go into game design and stuff like that, you would probably need a lot more artists, but still. Which I am actually running into the problem where I actually do need more artists. No, it's not even a matter of paying or not paying the artists. We physically don't have many of them. Okay, so we got another like 50-ish thousand. It's so weird that you aren't grabbing the lights or anything else. And I'll have to grab the 2 cooling on the far outside. Okay, now we go here, because I missed 2 of the panels there because they're underneath the desks. Alright, so we got this group up here. So this is the point where we switch team. This is now the designs room. So we'll go down here. And with that... Do we want to have that up there? Or does that end up... Or do we end up taking the food area down on the bottom? Maybe this just becomes the art room. Right, either way, we don't have the money to do much more right now, so we'll just go ahead and let that cook. And do we have any other contracts worth grabbing right now? Not that I can reasonably do. Alright. So once we make a bit more money, we'll extend that out. We could add a couple more desks here. None of you have any... Okay, 1 second. None of you have the accessories that make you better at stuff. Alright, so once we get paid tonight, we go to these rooms, we start giving them the things they need to get, like, their bonuses on all that. So you do have your bookshelf. You have your bookshelf. because they should have either, like, at a minimum, there's, like, the little letter basket or whatever. It helps literally everything. But then we can have the more specialized stuff that helps even more when you're dealing with the appropriate task. Okay. Don't go negative on me, alright? Cool. Okay, so with that, let's go in here before we forget. Office. So this area down here is support. Service. So the phone does a ton for service, but it makes a completely obnoxious amount of noise. The letterbox also helps with service. Not as much. For right now, we'll just do this. We'll probably want to switch it to the phone later, but I think realistically to go that route, I need to make it, you know, cubicle hell where, like, everyone's in their own cube with the cubicle walls and all that stuff in between them. You know, put the cubicles back to back kind of thing. Alright, so meanwhile, this room is the programmer's room, so they get the calculator. That'll help them do their job a little bit better. Okay, now while we do have design in here, this is going to be the artist's room. So give them their little sketchpad things. Not enough heating during the winter. Okay. I'm genuinely surprised by that. There you go. Alright, and then this is the design team. I want to save for design, so yeah, the letterbox thing helps. But this is almost exactly as good as the sketchpad thing. Like I said, the good news about the letterbox is it doesn't matter what role you are, the letterbox helps. It's your catch-all. Okay, and then meanwhile, let's go here real fast to our walls and extend you out. Oh, we can delete you out of here real fast. Do you cover the whole wall? Okay. Nearly on money? Yep. Alright, so we got the artist's room. And with that, we stop there, because we've been overspending. We can go ahead and update this. 2D graphics got another upgrade. We need to keep upgrading that to keep our stuff relevant. Meanwhile, let's look at our contracts today, because we are going to want to bring in more money, just to keep things safe. And then we'll want to start bringing on a artist team. Oh, I also forgot, we could go to our teams here. So you've got room for 14 people, so let's go to core, employees, switch by role. And then you are going to be reassigned over to design. All right. And then core team is now support. So with that, Core is on this, all of those. And we are going to unassign core from that. We're going to unassign core from this. We're going to unassign core from you. Ah. We'll unassign you soon. Because we do have our founder is still one of the ones who's carrying a lot of these capabilities. Alright. Try that the other way around. Okay. So we've got our core unassigned from all that. So we now have a dedicated support department that could use more people. We will get an art department, or design department has been moved around. So we're going to end up having a bit of, actually our cohesion's not as bad as I thought it would be. I thought with all that mobility of staff that the cohesion would be absolutely awful. It looks like it's held up relatively okay. Alright, so we want more jobs in here. So we are going to be expanding our team. Let's go ahead and grab Gunville here. Get the support going for that. That'll be an extra influx of money on that. We can go into here. When are you due? It's October this year, that's why I didn't take it. They all drive the bus together. That helps cohesion. Well, I mean, at this point we should have enough parking for all of them. But yeah, no, when it started, yeah, it was a thing that they're all riding the bus together. Alright, so 3D2. Hardware 2. That's later this year, so no luck. That's February next year, so that's soon. But we do have what we need for that. That's no longer a core project, that's just a programmer project. Oh, we're gonna blow both of those. It's fine. The idea here is we should be scaling up these teams and all that. We're gonna get our art team fleshed out here soon. Assuming we make money this month, because if we don't, that's real bad. Assuming we pocket some money. Cool. So we got 88,000 extra in the bank. Let's go here. Pause the day. We are going to go for a lead person with a secondary role of an artist. We give them medium budget. We don't care about that. Specialization will be HR and social. We want them to potentially have Born to Lead. Begin the search there. We're going to make a new team called Artists. And we don't have anyone here Born to Lead. But, so we got 2D skill here. I'd love you to be more than crap at art. If you are crap at art, I can live with that. Okay, so right now, Geneva here is probably our best bet. Has a bit of skill in 2D and a tiny bit in 3D. Yeah, it looks like Geneva's the best they're going to have. And super focus is fine. So there's Geneva. That's fine. So what we're going to do here now is this room belongs to the artists. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. So 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. We're going to go to Geneva. We're going to go to the artists. You can work on 3 projects at once. Schedule, vacation. Take vacation whenever you want. I want you to spread that out. Manage roles. You're a leader. HR management. Deal with complaints and raises and all that. People can work on wherever they want. Keep them training. Traits, big brain, no born to lead, no stress. And let's double check our number here. So we've got 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So you can have 18 artists. Which is probably way more than I need. And probably way more than I should hire. But, you know. Some things happen that way. Okay. So with that, we're going to assign the artist team on there. We'll assign the artist team on here. We'll assign the artist team on that one. Yeah, all those development projects will get the artist team involved. Okay. I'll get updates here and updates there. Okay. So I've got our full art team here. Love to see it. They've got 0% cohesion because they all literally got hired today. But my hope is that will help out with some of these projects to make them slightly less horrendously bad. I am noticing all of these, the art is now trucking away. So we're going to end up needing way more developers and designers relative to the number of artists we've got now. But that feels like a perfectly easy thing to tackle of going, okay, well, we'll just grow those teams as they need. Hey, Arjun, how's it going? Alright, so design can use 2 more people, and core can use 12 more people. So let's go to design. So you're allowed to have 24 people we hire on you. Okay, so you've got 19. Oh, it's got 2 of them marked as... Okay, that's fine. Interesting. So it says there's 19. So we'll tell it you can have 21. So you'll hire 2 more there. Now our core team, HR management, yeah, I've got all that set. Right now we've got 12 people here. And we can also have 25 there. So we would say 24 total here. There's going to be a massive expansion of our teams. So we're going to need to take on some pretty big contracts pretty soon. Let's make sure you're set right. I might actually be too late for fixing it. Okay, you're set right. Cool. We got raises. So our brand new hire immediately before their first, well, second day is asking for a raise. The product has run out of stock. You're losing money. Which product has run out of stock? Order copies. 5,000. Do I need it? No. Should I be buying more of them? Probably not. They're just hemorrhaging me money. But at the same time, it's like, okay. So we are going to end up needing to get more parking. Because we massively have expanded our staff. Alright. So all of our teams are now maxed out. We do have some cohesion to fix, which is going to be a problem. So we're going to be watching here, and as we see, like, support being backlogged and all that, we can go ahead and deal with that. Yeah, so support's knocking that out. It's first thing in the morning. So let's take on more contracts there. So I can go, boom. Give me that one. Give me that one. We'll let those cook for a minute. Because he brought on a lot of staff that I gotta pay. Means I'm going to need appropriate jobs to pay them. We'll do one more support. Okay, we can update you. Update you. And get those updates knocked out. Alright. Starting up for working and lurking? Gotcha. Well, thank you so much for lurking, and I hope work goes well for you. So I got our updates knocked out. Yeah, so broadly speaking, we are actually seeing terrible 2D. The amount, because this was up at 550, we are very slowly watching that go down. Now, I'm a little curious how on earth I'm making $29,000 in a month with only 34 users that are paying a $3 subscription fee. So I'm not really sure on how that works, but, you know, I can just not ask questions, it's fine. Okay, so you're still doing fine so far. We'll add one more support on there. Yeah, so grab like 5 or 6 more support contracts. That should ultimately make us some more money to help out there. I've got a bunch of design contracts and a couple of dev contracts that are outstanding. So that's fine. Oh, well, honestly, I'm going to let that slide and just ignore it. Because it's got 2 months left. We're already done with this day. So next day, I'm just going to push it out anyways. And it's probably going to take us a pretty nasty hit on our reputation, but... Support deal was canceled because our competitor was bought out. Alright, we'll let this cook for today and then see when that's done there, like, how things go with that. Because I want to see if they knock down this entire queue. And if so, we'll give them more contracts. If not, that goes away. Okay. And I think we can put a cafeteria here on the next floor. Basically, do the same setup we have got down there, but there'll be a kitchen on this end. That way it could be a meeting room or a cafeteria. Develop that. That'll bonus our reputation. We can go ahead and grab ourselves another design contract. We got one that'll last long enough. October next year requires hardware level 2. Oh, unassigned core from that. Because core is no longer a catch-all team. Alright. Another thing we'll probably want to do relatively soon. I'm not sure if we were keeping up or not. I wasn't watching. We got a bunch of people on vacation, so let's let it sit here and cook. Okay. So at this point, there's no reason for me to keep marketing you. Because we're looking at this, interestingly enough, I've only got 16 active users, but I am making almost $40,000 a day. So I've got people who are apparently subscribed and not really using the application anymore. Which certainly is a vibe, I guess. Genuinely things that happen with subscriptions pretty heavily. Okay. Let's not take on another support. They're finishing that support contract like right by the end of the day. So that would be no good. Yeah, and everything is either support. We have the one design contract that's short-lived, and everything else is support or development, which we really can't afford to do. I almost forgot to send this out. So take a ding to our things. So we took about half a star of reputation. Is there a support? That's network 2. I don't have that. When do you due? Next month. 2 years from now. We can add that onto the list to keep our various contracts rolling and all that partnerships rolling. But things are finally stabilizing a bit. Like I said, if we're lucky at putting way more time into making this iteration of the antivirus with the hope of being able to genuinely knock out a much higher quality one. The teams are all maxed out for our current space. So I can go over here. Grab you up here. There's 70,000. Do this. Yes, I think I actually will build a wall between the kitchen and that. That way when I go here and I say, put a window on it, that's fine. Okay, we can go ahead and put that down. Doors. There's the doors there. Then we got the openings here. The fire extinguishers and all that in those rooms. Okay. So with this, we're going to go ahead and get our kitchen set up. And then we would need from the canteen. Oh, sorry, yeah, that's a canteen. Where are you at? Oh, I can put the clock in the wall. Where is... There you are. There's the tray. Yeah, so that's a place for the cooks to make the food, then move them over there. Alright. And so with that, we have new employees to bring on, so we'll hire a cook and hire a second cook. Since we're not doing a night shift this thing, it's been a long time since I've done one of these where I just haven't had a night shift at all. I usually had like an evening night shift for support and all that kind of things, and this one has been like, nah. Okay, so we're handling the support queue absolutely fine. We got tons of room for more support. Go ahead and grab another support here. And I'll see one more. Just gotta keep that income coming in. Alright, the rest of these are all coming along. You have 3 months till your stuff's done. You're waiting on more software dev. You've got your art mostly sorted. Alright, so that I got 2 meeting rooms now. And we've got it where now we can actually get some healthier food, which I believe if you give them like the healthy food here, it reduces their number of sick days and it can give them like a higher morale, that kind of thing, than making them eat vending machine food. But it is a thing that will help us be a bit more productive. It's also not that big of an expense either, all things considered. I have something in my eye and it is not cooperating. Alright. We're getting pretty close to hitting 1990. And we're also getting there. They want their raises, of course. They have the fire inspector coming back tomorrow. Will probably ding me again as I realize I missed something. We technically didn't make money yesterday because we built out a whole extra part of the building. You know, honestly, I was going to not do the window because it's a kitchen or whatever. It's fine. Alright. You need additional ventilation for summer days. Alright. Yeah, so the windows being on this side wouldn't make sense. So what we can do here is there's a thing where you can put your company logo on the wall and all that. Because I remember where that is. Okay. And change that. I didn't set my logo at all, so let's go set our logo. Our logo's a play button. We apparently have just lifted YouTube's thing. It's just missing the red background. Yeah, so it was, I think we had to go to details on our company to change our logo. That's fine, I don't feel like messing with it. I'll spend like half an hour just messing with the logo. Not that important. Okay, we have a lot of people complaining about the waiting room. Which is interesting. That waiting room should have nobody hardly going into it. I see. A bunch of you are trying to find places to eat. I understand. Okay. I see. So there's not enough seating in this area for the food there, so they're going everywhere in the building to sit. We can go ahead and help with that. Alright, a bunch of random seating in the building. So usage, reception only. I can't tell if that's working or not. Alright, so we got 2 months till that's going to be delivered. That's done, so let's turn that contract in. So it'd be good if we get ourselves another design contract. There we go. Just to make sure. New category of furniture unlocked. 90s computer, tower server, medium printer, first-person shooter game. Oh, dear goodness. Alright, so what does a 90s computer cost us? It gives a slightly higher environment. Old computer, more pixels than you can count on one hand. Alright, so we're going to need to go through our entire company. And did you make the notepad things disappear? It did. Interesting. So when you remove the computer, it does remove whatever, like, other stuff you put on the desk. So, like, the notepad and all that, I guess, is attached to the computer, not the desk. Alright, so we got that room all done. I wish there was, like, an upgrade in place, like, it just kind of plunk you right there, and it would just do it. Like, I don't mind, like, taking the money, but it's like, hey, this is a direct linear upgrade, so it's an expected thing. There isn't, like, I could right-click on the room. No. Let's see, can I tell you to assign furniture employee, unassign, select furniture. Okay, so I can select the furniture type here. Replace the furniture. Okay, you can. Okay, that's not bad. Boom. Right, that's not bad, so we can just go here and do select the furniture type, replace the furniture type. Boom. Did you get... Okay, and you did not get rid of it. Okay, that's... Alright, I retract my complaint. They do have functionality that does accomplish what I wanted. So I select it. We replace it. Open office concept. Yeah. To be fair, later on we're going to have to go and do some stuff there. Yeah, so I didn't have the tower servers and all that. Oh, we should be getting pretty close to the point where I can, make a distributed network thing. Oh, distribution. Oh, I forgot you do it here. Develop digital distribution platform. We'll want file management, recommended system, library management. Okay. Even though that's going to be surplus to requirement, that's fine. Alright, so I'm going to need servers. So that's our next investment, is we're going to make a downstairs, and we're going to put servers down there. But yeah, no, genuinely we'll want to cubicle these things out. I've got my support department down here. I really should put them, like, I should rearrange them where we've got the cubicle walls and phones and all that kind of nonsense. But yeah. Any deliver? Ooh. We passed our fire inspection. Look, man, if you track mud into my room, don't you complain about the mud tracked into my room. Okay, so we can go ahead and get you. You. Alright, so we are down to 1 month of that, so we're going to turn that in. And we only lost the tiniest percent on that one because we basically had done what it wanted. So that's at least some good news. They do have marketing we could do. That's a major marketing campaign. Okay, let's wait before we take on any more for marketing. That's 1993 you want that by? Yep. Put that on the list. That's a new project for us to work on. Yeah, so when we get a little bit of money, I'm going to make a downstairs. That's going to be our server area. And we'll just make the stairwell go down there. Because we can make our own distribution system for digital distribution. Sorry. And we're continuing to have our antivirus get iterated on and iterated on and iterated on. All right. So with that, let's go here, down there. I haven't played Software Inc. in ages. Yeah, no, it's, they've been updating it constantly, but it is one of those things that's, like, easy to, you know, forget about, lose track of whatever you want to use for your language. You'll start by 10 by 10. And so you got you there. And you there. Okay. So the next move we're going to do is servers. We have server tower. Gonna put down a pair of them. And so with this, it's time to make our own distribution network. So let's go develop. Have all project files there. So that's going to be on that. I can put them on the save server. Let's just go ahead. And what we use internally and all that is going to be there. So let's connect the servers. So distribution. Do this. Terrible distro. We'll add all the features for night now. So the design team will be design, and the development teams will be programming and artist. You seem to be... It's your 59 to 89. Yeah, that's the best we've got so far. I really need to work on sussing out our best people. All right, so we are now officially making Terrible Distro our own distribution platform. Okay, because I forgot that was a thing you could do, or you can make your own. You can make your own distribution platform. So you know your equivalent of like, like Steam or whatever. All right, so we need support to play catch up there. How goes our cohesion? Our cohesion is very good. Meanwhile, we could also start going into some of these projects. Some of these projects we can put on our servers. And that'll help the devs work better. Okay. Now, one other thing we'd probably want to do is we'd want to get to the point where we can, do you still need to cool your server rooms? Yeah, right now there's not too much down there because it's underground, it has some cooling of its own. But if it starts to warm up, then I just put some ACs down there and all that kind of stuff. And then we should be good. Waiting for the lead designer. You don't know what the lead designer's up to. Oh, are you signed to the same thing? No, we have two different lead designers. That's good. I think the lead designer took the day off kind of thing. Alright. Because by using our own distribution system, we can save ourselves the cost, and it also becomes its own source of income as others use your distribution network. Alright. So we've got our looters here. We got security is right there. Facing the wrong way now that I notice. There you go. Okay. But yeah, so somewhere over here we'll want to have our printer set up so far as like when we get AV2 going. Yeah, you got marketing stuff and all that. For right now, let's leave that alone. So we got you all done. So that's another contract that's been satisfied. Okay. So what would it take for me to be able to start printing my own stuff? Because what we could do, because we basically want to have like the garage area for it right here. I was hoping to connect it so that the security booth here could handle both of them. I don't think there's a good layout I can get away with that. I mean, one thing I could do is that the garage is up. Well, no. Because I could definitely move this. Nah, this one should stay right here because that covers the whole thing. I'll probably just need a second security guard. That's fine. Now, I don't want to go into leaning into doing the giant contracts for printing that, do the millions of it, because that got us in trouble last time. We just kept scaling up rapidly and it became very cost prohibitive very quickly. Just to maintain the equipment we needed for all that. Okay. But what we can do... Continue working there. Also, let's grab you. I don't literally have any active users left, so somehow I'm still, in theory, turning a profit on my 0 active users. I don't know how that works, but okay. I guess I have inactive users. People who just signed up and forgot to unsubscribe. Which is genuinely a real thing and actually a relatively reliable income for some cases. Okay. Yeah, so I think happens is we make another entrance right here. And this will be the bay entrance for, you know, shipping our printed stuff, manufactured stuff, whatever. That'll be accessible down here. We'll set up our printers, that whole bit. But I'll need a second security booth here, which is going to be a little bit of a bummer. Now, granted, it could be, you know, it could be, we have just the platform here, and that's still the stairwell going by, and then I don't need the second security. They could steal the boxes. I don't think they even do. I think they always steal equipment. And I think that would be fine. So let's get paid at the end of the day, and I'll make a spot right here, and they'll expand the spot down below. Cool. So you got 3 months left in this, 9 months left in that. Okay. So I should need a particularly large spot here. Make it that big for now. Give it that setup. We're going to want to go to the... It's in here somewhere. Oh no, it's under here, under distribution. Alright. So what we should be able to do is go down here, and we see we've got this space here. So I'm going to grab this wall. I'm going to extend it to include that whole area. I can't do that, because I don't own that spot of land there. So I'll grab you by as far as I can. Delete that wall. Give it the same pattern as the rest of the building. Okay. And then we can go up here again. So I've got this coming in here immediately. So what I could do here is I could put a buffer of a second set of boxes up top here. Let's plan to do that for right now. Actually, no, let's not, because I don't know what the thieves will try and steal. Okay, so that goes and feeds it up here. This room is not accessible from the outside. Please connect using doors or stairs. That's totally fine. We can go right here. Go right there. Put a door right here. Alright. So this brings our conveyor belt down here. Unfortunately, it's dark as heck down here. Move you over here, so you're out of the way. Alright, so next thing I'm going to do is get these set up. Okay. So we got a bunch of buffering we can do here. All right. And it will be a thing that will end up needing way more space here. But we do have medium printers now. We'll start with just 2 of those. Okay, so now what we could do is we can look at our previous releases. We already have those in stock. I don't anticipate selling those. Okay. So we can now stop filtering print jobs. Do you have... Yeah, so that's a relatively small one. We'll queue up that one, because we're not looking to have a whole bunch of these going. So it's 48 boxes by the end of the year. Alright. So with that, we would be printing not quite enough to satisfy either of those by the end of the year, which is a mistake, but we'll go ahead and get that going. So we'll have courier. We'll filter by couriers real fast to make this easier. With that said, this is now a reserve spot for deliveries. This is a reserve spot for deliveries. These two over here on the far end. And we can go down here. Okay, so if we look at our current production, so I can make, so that's 54. So I can make 72,000. We have enough shipping for 54. Let's go here. I will need a second courier. I'll have you show up then. And that means we got enough to move it. All right. And so try and get ourselves a bit of printing bit of printing capability. And we can use that for a little extra income. Plus, on top of that, we can potentially use that for our own benefit. Okay, so I do want to push the terrible distro to be as cooked as it can be, like get it as much developed as possible. All right. Meanwhile, we've got all of you busy with support. That's fine. We're getting to, so you get to iteration 5, and I believe that's where it cuts you off. It says like you've already done like the maximum iterations, and the benefit you get per iteration, I want to say it gets reduced per iteration. So it starts like it's a substantial benefit to quality to go from like 1 to 2, and then a little bit better to 3, and a small bit better to 4. I want to say that's how it works. I'm going by memory there, so big ol' heap of salt. Now let's go down here. So we got you need to be gone in 3 months. So we got dev, 1, 2. Yeah, I've already got plenty of design stuff hooked up. We don't want to queue up more of that. All right, so we can go ahead and push that through. That's a design contract completed to a satisfactory level. Do you have another design contract we can knock out? So that's 93 it'd be due by. And I can do it. Okay. I'll wait to the end of the day and see if we get ourselves another printer to play catch up on these numbers. Because we're not printing enough of them. Okay. Cool. And with that, we can go down into the cave down here. All right. So we have improved that a little. Because you never see the distribution being built before. Can you explain it with a few words, please? Sure thing. So what ends up happening is you've got your bay door, and you have your vans that you go on your schedule. So that's what we got here. Is I got my 2 couriers that come by each day at 8 and noon, and they'll pick up a certain number of boxes. We've got a conveyor system that comes up from down below. It's a little hard to see because just the nature of how this is working. But ultimately the way it works is I've got the conveyor belt systems that connect it out. And then these are just printers. I don't have to do anything. They just give me how much volume I can produce of stuff. So I've got 4 of those. They drop it on the conveyor belt below it. It brings it around. I've got these pallets that are kind of hard to see here. I've got one thing that drops it off onto the pallet, and the other that allows people to pick it up off of the pallet. But ultimately what ends up happening here is we sign up contracts. It's like, okay, you're producing 48,000 of these a month. Your goal is to produce 27,000 before December 1990. And we can go and it'll keep producing those until it hits its goal, and then that extra, you know, capacity for printing will then be freed up to do something else. We are going to end up doing a lot of stuff here. But yeah. And then when it comes to distribution, unless you mean the distribution like this thing, digital distribution like this thing, it's just a piece of software you make, and then effectively anyone who becomes a user of it gives you a cut of their sales. You got it. The track thing seems complicated. It's not too bad. It's basically conveyor belt, and then you have like an up conveyor belt to go through the floor. There are splitters if you want them, but there's not like, you don't have to go out of your way to get like mergers and a whole bunch of other stuff. You can just conveyor belt butts in the conveyor belt and moves the item over kind of thing. So it's a pretty, for a conveyor belt system, it's not a particularly complicated one, thankfully. Alright, so you've got a little bit more production. It is enough that I would end up needing another delivery driver. So if you show up when the other one leaves. But the always on the verge of bankruptcy, or is this a new start since last night? It is a new start from last night. When I started stream today, I was like, you know, we only had 1 hour into the run that we had at the end of stream yesterday. I was like, you know what, I just want to start fresh. And we've been going with this one. We got a pretty nice setup going on now. We are stabilized. We actually do have 2 pieces of software we produced ourselves. Both have been wildly unsuccessful, so that's great. To be fair, we've got 2D editor now is actually getting to the point that it is looking like it is going to ultimately have been profitable. Whereas the antivirus has not. I also find it interesting that the one that has no active users is making me money because it's subscription based. But the one that does have active users is losing me money despite being description based. It's a weird thing. But the hope is, now that we've got a reputation of, or a fan base in antivirus, that we can make, we're spending a long time making, it's going to be feature parity with the previous one. It's not going to have a whole lot of new stuff because there wasn't new stuff to add. But we are going to go and make it the absolute best quality we possibly can. And go from there. And you got 2 months left before that's due. We have a bunch of our people are all leveling up. Yes, everyone's basically at top cohesion from what they can do. If we were to expand to try and if we were trying to expand our teams now to improve our throughput and everything, most likely I would want to bring on a second team of software devs. And how goes all this? You're still churning away at that. Okay. Cool. A bunch of employees on vacation. And in this case, we're going to grab you, do edit. We're going to grab this wall. And get ourselves another printer. Alright. So it's again increasing our capacity so we can hopefully get those contracts knocked out. Oh, also, do we have the deliveries for that? Yeah, we can handle it with our current delivery vehicles. Because we look at the bottom here, it'll say like I'm going to produce 144 boxes per month, and I could deliver 162 boxes per month. So, you want those to be at least reasonably close to each other. Getting them to match is sometimes tricky, but close is usually not too bad. How are we doing on our support stuff? Are we keeping those knocked all the way down early in the day? Yeah, we're getting those knocked down relatively okay. We could add marketing onto the list. I'm a little concerned about bringing on another support marketing contract with how many we've already got. I think we're good here. This needs to go out now. There's a month left on it. We did lose the better part of a star because it was only half cooked. So is our entire existence. Let's go and see if we can't get ourselves another decent development contract. So you need to be done by 1992. You need Network 2. I don't have Network 2. You need to be done by 1992. Audio 2 on the art side, I don't think I have. We can definitely do the programming side of that. Okay, apparently I do have it. So I can go up here, drag you up there. Because I do need to keep enough contracts going that we're financially stable until this goes. And what's your hold up here? I mean, you got a ton of designers on you. Like a ton of designers on you. Okay. So I wonder if I just leave Terrible 2D there. I mean, imagine eventually we would see it drop off. So Terrible 2D has begun losing me money, which it's interesting. How am I losing money with that? Oh no, that's the overall profit. Yeah, no, so we're still, our monthly profit keeps going up. I'm not selling more. I don't have active users. I don't really know where the money's coming from. I'm not against it. It is official. It is official. Terrible 2D has been profitable. I don't know how, but it has officially crossed the line where it has made more money than it cost me. We do still have Terrible AV, which is $1.3 million in the hole. So, our $50,000 profit on Terrible 2D doesn't quite make up for that. But It has officially turned a profit. Okay, so there's our next update for Terrible AV. I wish that's somewhere where it marked a percentage on here, so, like, I understand it fills up from left to right, but, like, it can sometimes be very hard to see. It's like, has this made progress? It is. It's just a bit slow. Part of that is how many jobs are being divided between. Also make sure... Okay, so you're all set to limit to 3 projects at a time, which is completely reasonable. Yeah, so getting to about 2 p.m. We aren't having people idle, though. That's the important thing. As long as we're not having people idle, people are still gaining XP. They're still leveling up. They're still getting better at their jobs. Oh, good. And I don't have another project due for 14 months, which they're actively working on. That's good news. Hey, Italics! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. Well, welcome in, raiders. Let me go ahead and snooze that ad so you all don't get caught in that in 2 minutes. But I hope things are going well for you and all that good stuff. Can we get a shout out for Italics, by the way? But welcome in. We are doing the software business where we have a product with no customers making us money. But check out Atox playing some Timberborn. Plays a lot of similar games on as we play on this channel and everything. So if you like the content here, you're probably going to like it there, which of course means the inverse is also likely true. You nearly survived your retry 1,000 Islands on hard, for now. You love software, glad to catch you playing it. Yeah. No, we're having the weirdest thing. We have officially launched 2 products. We have our wonderful, terrible antivirus, which has currently lost me about $1.4 million. And then we've got Terrible 2D, our like Microsoft Paint Photoshop equivalent, which has 0 active users, is making me about 100,000 or has made about 50,000 a month, and we made a profit of 100,000. 0 active users is making me 50,000 a month with 0 active users. It is subscription based, so my running theory here is we had a bunch of people who signed up and then forgot to cancel their subscriptions. That's the only thing I could come up with. It's that good. Sure, it got half a star rating. Something. 0 active users doesn't mean 0 people subscribed, though. Yeah, and that's the entire thing. It's like a bunch of people subscribed and forgot is the theory. And check out Treacle as well, another fantastic content creator. Been doing Galactic Care recently, but does a lot of similar stuff to what we do here. Also does like RimWorld and all that stuff. Alternately, they could have died. Hey, you know what? If their estate wants to pay me, I can live with that. But yeah, so we have stabilized our finances. We don't have, I mean, technically, I guess we still have debts. Yeah, technically we have the debts of these. They're not really noticeably impacting that, but it's fine. We have started getting into distribution, so we do have our printers in the basement doing their thing. Speaking of which, yeah, so you're still behind. So if we need more printers, we shall have more printers. And that probably means needing more delivery vehicles. It does. So let's go ahead and get ourselves some more delivery vehicles on the schedule. So hire a courier. We'll have them show up at 8 p.m. And hire a courier. We'll have them show up at midnight. And does that get us even? Yeah, well, actually it gets us more uneven. You know, go down here. And one more printer. Alright. Yeah, so it's been going pretty well. We had a little bit of a rough go of it, where once Terrible AV started doing horrendously bad and just hemorrhaging money like it's just no one's business, things were pretty grim there for a bit. We did manage to get to the other side of it. We moved out of the city where we had just been using a skyscraper that was already existing that couldn't do distribution or anything. We've since built our own base here, and we're working our way through. But things are going pretty smoothly. We've got our canteen. We've got our 3 offices here for our dedicated department. Well, I guess it's 4th. There's a small art department, too. I mean, I say small. It's actually way bigger than I need it for the company that's our size. But, you know, it's fine. We looked into the abyss and it rejected us. Yeah, no, we weren't doing the juggle where it's like bankruptcy, get out of bankruptcy, bankruptcy, get out of bankruptcy kind of thing. We weren't that bad, but we were definitely riding that fence where I was taking on contracts I knew I couldn't complete to take the monthly payment at the expense of our reputation getting absolutely obliterated. But we were able to do that long enough to get to our side. So we were doing a lot of vaporware selling where we were promising we would make their software, taking the paycheck, and then when they're like, "Where's my software?" We went, "Oh, sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about." What software? What do you mean deliverables? Okay. Cool, so we should be able to hit our requirement for that. And part of the reason I want to get that distribution set up is that way we can start doing everything. We're also working on a digital distribution platform. So that way we can start distributing our software via over the internet in 1990. Because anything I could do to avoid giving everyone else a cut of my little bit of revenue is going to be a thing. The good news is, despite our antivirus being hot garbage, it has gotten us market recognition. So that we're trying to genuinely invest on making as good of a quality of antivirus we can for our next one. So that hopefully, when we do distribute it, it'll be like top of the line, super duper good quality. We're going to market the bejeebus out of it so anyone who breathes is aware of it to their nauseum. And then hopefully be able to take over that industry pretty heavily for a good while. So if we can keep building up market recognition, we can do that. I haven't looked at the situation here so far as all that goes. So we go to your type and say antivirus only. And let's look at the most, well actually, let's active users. Yeah, so Terrible AV, which is us. So we are the 5th biggest name on the planet. It's basically AdTrap is the one that controls everything. We'll bundle our AV with Raid Shadow Legends. Nah, man, it's 1990. We're gonna bundle that crap with, what was it? Chex Quest? We're gonna bundle it with Chex Quest. Which will be bundled with your Captain Crunch. Lemmings? Yeah. Alright. So we're doing our best to try and get stuff done. We keep getting all these offers, which some of them are legitimately good. Oh, hey, actually, we got a print offer here. Oh, that's hosting. Okay. I don't have a distribution setup, so I'm curious how that works, but alright. Because we have just 2 servers in the basement. And that's all we got going on here. Yeah, so the brightness can get to reasonable, but doesn't. Yeah, so right now, we have 2 gigabytes of bandwidth on our server cluster here. And all that. We're running different processes on there. And they're at only 18% load. So one thing we'll probably want to do at some stage is you can set up solar panels and batteries and all sorts of stuff to supplement your power. So that your overhead for your servers and all that's not too bad. I do have... Yeah, I've got 2 IT people, and I've got 1 maintenance person. We're probably at that point of maintenance person number 2. Usually don't end up needing that many. Okay. We've got a higher level of system being developed. It's also usually around now I'm already doing like patent troll things where we're going out of our way to like chase patents. But right now we've been juggling these other things. Alright. Which that's usually to do like the patent troll thing, it's you get together a bunch of people who are like level 3 in something, which makes them very expensive, and you start having them work on research. And then once you have that, but you also need a legal team and everything as well. But then you can license out your patents to use that as a really solid income. Yeah, so we check our servers. Yeah, so we've got our own processes we're running. And we check on our deals. Yeah, so the current bandwidth usage is at 43 megabytes per second, and they're paying me about $1 per megabyte per hour. They're probably making a good couple hundred per month, maybe a couple thousand per month. And then the idea is that will, in theory, continue to go up as their projects grow. We definitely see where that could get lucrative after a while of just hosting everyone else's stuff. Alright, we're getting pretty close to max reputation for our printing and our hosting and everything else. We have finished all the existing printing contracts. You are once again asking for a raise all the time. There's a pretty good chance they'll fail our fire inspection because I haven't been keeping up with a lot of stuff to keep that in mind. Meanwhile, you got 10 months left. That's fine. You're wrapping up your code. You got 22 months left. All this other stuff's going fine. We're making plenty of money. So then the question boils down to, for expanding my teams and the building and all that, we can potentially go and build up here. Now, we don't need another art department. It would either be we want to expand our dev team or design team. And there's arguments to be made for either, because both of these can do these contracts. And these are kind of stuck in design hell, that they're just taking so long. And I think that's just because the qualified people... No, I mean, I got a lot of people who can work on this. Like, a lot of people who could work on this. Genuinely, I might actually have too many cooks in the kitchen kind of problem going on here. Because that is just getting done. What are you missing? Is it literally just the file scanning's the only thing left? Okay. Let's also check on our... Sorry, not there. Check on who can get training. Oh, why is, like, no one getting their training? Hang on, let's go to our teams. So let's go here. So, core team. HR management. You have all your people. You are set. Waiting for employees currently in class. Specializations for any of them. You know what? If someone's ready to train, I don't care how much it hurts. Just make him go. Just do it. Because we're sitting on so many of them not getting their training because there's a bottleneck with everyone getting ready at the same time. So let's get them through it, because the faster they get to the other side of their training, the more effective we'll be. Because we got everyone here. Yeah, so we got all of these ones are now out for training. So we're probably going to blow a couple of our deadlines here. Or not the deadlines. We'll probably come up short in some of our support stuff, but if we miss just one day, that shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, so let that cook. Because I want them to train themselves into literally everything. So I can keep all the stuff moving. Alright, once we finish designing this, we'll get the next thing on. A product has run out of stock and is losing sales. What? Why are you still buying that? I don't really understand. So start printing. Enter the limit how many copies you'd like to have in stock before pausing the job. I want you to... How many copies you'd like to have in stock before the job is paused? How many copies you'd like to print before the print job is canceled? Yeah, so let's pause the job. So we'll keep 10,000 in stock. Yeah, so it's still losing me money consistently. And then somehow it is continuing to sell. Meanwhile, I can also go to Terrible 2D. Start printing. We go to U, maximum. Basically, for both of them, we want to keep it to 10,000 in stock. It's weird to me that Terrible AV continues to sell despite thing. You got 3K last month. It's becoming profitable. Yeah, no, it's gone back and forth between getting profitable. The problem is it's 1.4 million in the hole. So we're trying to become profitable from so far behind. Why can I not control this? Fire... Gotcha. So we failed our fire inspection. I kind of figured that was going to happen. But that's fine. We only had one minor violation, so we can just go boom, and then boom. That's good enough. Okay, we're about to finish the last iteration. Ooh, if we go up to that, we have to start paying royalties. So we're going to avoid that. Because someone managed to snag the patent. One minor violation could have been much worse. Yeah. So we're right about to get Terrible AV to its maximum iteration. At which point it'll be time to move on to the development phase. It has been being designed forever. But I think that big problem is I have too many people assigned to it, which can actually be a problem. And you're about to be ready for being turned over. We got our distribution platform is almost ready for development as well. So we can start distributing everything ourselves. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, so you still got those two way out there. And once we get that super far on, we can go ahead and start marketing, try and do that. Because with having some market recognition, our marketing should go a lot farther than it did the last time, which will hopefully mean way more sales. And we are going to go with a strategy that the moment the new one comes out, the old one shuts down. You will get on board with a new one or get wrecked. Okay. So we got another design thing knocked out. We do have a print job. Go ahead and take that. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Then go ahead and do this. Okay. So you're not due till 1995. I don't have network at all, and I don't have 3D at all. But that's something we can potentially work towards. So, well, actually, looks like we may have picked up some of those. It's enough out, we can start working towards it. Now, you have level 2 3D required for design. I don't think we can make that happen. It is 3 years out. Right, we did get a guy with Network 2, and then gave them Network 3 because it's like, hey, that's gonna help. We can probably do that as well. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so at this point, it's time to develop, because that can't be iterated any farther. So we need to choose our release date. So it's February 1991. Let's plan for March 1992 for our release date. So just about a year. And let's see if we can't do a full marketing blitz. And then get all that going. So we can hopefully get a good following on that. We've maxed out our reputation, which is really good stuff. Yeah, so the plan is we want to get this knocked out, hopefully. You'll be on server 1. Okay. So this time we've iterated on it 5 times so far as the design phase. We're going to get ourselves up to like 80-90% code, and then I'm going to do an iteration there if I have time before its due date. And we're just trying to get as good of a result as humanly possible, because if I can manage to pull that off, and we can get our AV to stop being absolutely horrific, we can potentially make some solid money. Yeah, so at this point, 2D Editor has made us almost $350,000. So we're still down about $1 million from our own personal releases, but it is actively continuing to make money from whatever subscriptions it has on its not active users. Meanwhile, weirdly enough, Terrible AV, it is making money now, but it's got 1.4 to go back and make up for. That's the whole thing. So we're going to struggle with all that. Okay. We got a print job. That's this year at the end of the year. We can manage that. Burglars are looking for loot on our premise. We'll deal with that in a moment. And we can handle that. Yeah, so they walk directly into the door. There's only one way into my place. It's right here, and there's a security guy right there. I successfully filed my taxes. That doesn't sound right at all. You mean I actually did the paperwork and I didn't pay the fine? That doesn't sound right. Hey, Azriel, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Azriel, by the way? Plays a lot of simulation games, including like Farm Sim, American Truck Sim, Roadcraft, whole thing. Wait, you have an accounting team? I have people on my core team who can do just like they've been building up to do a little bit of everything. I have one who actually does have accounting skill. Doing some car mechanic simulation 2026. So yeah, so if you like simulation games, you can definitely find plenty over there. All right. So we probably grow our teams at this stage. So let's go up here. So what we can do for this, oh, there's no room there. I was gonna say what we could do for this is we could put like the air conditioner around here. Yeah, because I got the heat here. Right now, let's make ourselves like a little utility closet up here. And this utility closet's going to be for the AC, so I don't have to keep moving it every time I build up some floors. Okay, we can go here. Actually, this will be regular doors. And then we need to go to your air handler. Alright, let's try that again. Because otherwise, every time I build a floor, I gotta move this thing up. So that gives me that. We'll put in a fire alarm. And a sprayer. Okay, so with that, now I don't have to worry about it constantly every time we go to build a floor having an issue there. Okay. So what we could do here then, go here, box. Do this, grab you. Grab the elevator. Pop down here, grab the stairwell. I think the other one would be the other way, wouldn't it? We got our stairwell that goes up here now. Grab our fire alarm and sprayer. More toilets? We probably do need to get more toilets going on as well. Okay. And I still got a bunch of money. So for the moment, I can go over here. We can build all this out. Now I can't quite afford to finish the rest of the setup there. But we can do, at least to satisfy this nonsense, grab the lights and all that. I need to remember there's an actual function to copy a room, I'm pretty sure. Okay, and I don't need to grab everything right now, but I want to grab you, 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 you. Okay, we can grab all the desks and all that later. Alright. So we don't have the money to fully finish that. But yeah, you're not wrong. I'm probably due for restrooms. We do have a restroom here where we've got 4 stalls in there. And that's been doing fine for us. But it is a situation where most likely I need to go in here and get that going. Now the problem is where those restrooms are right where they put the utility room. But we'll figure it out. Honestly, it could be that I put the restrooms over here. And then this just ends up being another... Well, we probably don't need another meeting room yet. Alright. And how goes all our contracts and all that? So you're down to 6 months, but you're pretty close to done. You're getting developed. We're actually taking longer to get our press conference done than we are to developing these things. Okay, we can continue working on upgrading our antivirus. You know, it's a little support and stuff like that. Not too fussed about getting more work right now. If we start getting to the point where we end a day and this is not going up, it's going down, we can worry about that. Okay. Yeah, so right now we are getting all of these out of here. And we're getting those printed to keep our stuff in stock. The fact that that's still making decent money boggles my mind. Yeah, it's actually complaining because I built a lot. Yeah, I spent $260,000 on construction, and we've still made 160, or we only lost 160. That means I would have turned a profit of 100,000 if it wasn't for all my capital sales and all that stuff. And as a heads up, in about 20 minutes or so, we are going to be switching games over to Voyagers Nira to collab with FG Squared, which is what we were playing last night and all that stuff. Which has been a blast and all that stuff. Gotcha. Okay. So when we get close to that, when it's like time for FG to start getting ready to go live, we'll do like we did yesterday where we switch over and all that stuff. I've been very much enjoying the Software Inc. It's a very fun game. One of the things we're going to want to do in the near future is once we start getting our products to be successful, I am going to want to take the time to start switching us to using the project infrastructure, which is where you can put a leader in charge of a product line. So you can say, hey, leader, you are now in charge of Terrible AV, and they'll automatically iterate it and do all that stuff based on the rules you set it. Because as you can see, this starts to get to be pretty unwieldy after a while. And you can do stuff like you can say group these by type, and that makes it a little better. We can say group these by project. I found that to be not super useful. But there's definitely some juggles you got to do there.
Thank you AlexSpeed75 for subscribing for 3 months. Thank you for your streams.
No problem, Alex Speed. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub 3 months in advance. So getting the next 3 months of tier 1 sub all at one time. So thank you so much for that. That's very generous. And you've been subbed to the channel for 3 months on top of that. So thank you so much for that support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. I do appreciate. Yeah, so waiting on that last little bit of systems code to get done, and then this project will be knocked out. And it'll be the first project in a hot minute that we'll actually have finished at a decent quality when it comes to dev work. We've been doing pretty awful on the dev side of things. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and drag our update up here. And so one of the things we're going to want to do now is... I'm debating, do we make this design or dev? Because what I could do is I could set this up to be dev. And it's like our dev contract team or design contract team. We can split up jobs between them. Okay, let's So select all the furniture. Duplicate the furniture. Alright, because I grabbed the clock and all that already, it's giving me grief. What are you unhappy about in here? New plan. Select the furniture. We'll delete the furniture here. Select the furniture. Duplicate. Bring it up. Okay, and we can go in here. And we need to bring in a new team. But the large problem today is we're paying more to get no return investment. Oh, yeah. You don't mind paying taxes, I see where it's one. Yeah, but that's, the big thing you gotta also understand is not everyone's going to agree on what is a good and a good, bad, investment. That happens a lot. That sometimes I think is a great use of money. Someone else will be like, oh, that's a terrible use of money. Why would you do that? Kind of thing. Programmer 2. I don't know. But yeah, no, it's alright. Like, people just disagree, which is fine. So we're not going to be able to get you everything we need. You've got 2D system and hardware. That's fine. You're born leader. You got the important leadership skills we need. We definitely want to get into automation in some point. Oh, you've got 2 marks here. Do we have one here that's... So you have 3D network and hardware, which we're not likely to have many people with in the company. Oh, so Beverly here might be a good choice. Yeah, no, I agree on that one, Azrael. But yeah. No, I'm not saying, like, everything's wonderful, but... Usually when I run into people who get mad about being like, well, it's not being used well, a lot of times the programs actually want support is the thing they're upset about, which, like I said, we can just move on from that before that can of worms gets widely opened. So bring Beverly on here for that team. That's fine. That means this is now the room dedicated to Programmer 2. So I'll grab that. Go into Programmer 2's stuff. We need to go into schedules, vacation. Please take vacation whenever. Don't all try and take vacation on the same day. It's a terrible default. I don't know why it is defaulted that way. You are the team lead. We're going to go into your HR management and go, you will handle complaints and all that. Train them in literally anything they want. There is no limits whatsoever on how many of you can go in, like, research what. For your talents, big brain, no born to lead, no stress. And so for programmers, we can have 24, I believe? Yeah, 24 you can hire because there's 25, including the person in charge. Cool. So with that brings on more developers. And so this is ready to be promoted. Gonna let them bug fix that for a minute. You finish that update. We're gonna assign you programmers 2. Assign you to programmers 2. And assign you to programmers 2. And assign you to programmers 2. One second. Wait a moment. You're not even doing the right thing. Core, get off of that. Programmer's on that. Glad I noticed that. Because Core became our support/services team, whereas before, Core was, you know, our jack-of-all-trades team. Yep, so Beverly wants a raise. Hasn't started her first day yet. Has not started first day, requesting a raise. Okay. So we could probably do here. Go right here to that spot. And what we're doing real fast is we're making ourselves a bathroom. Okay. Get all those dressed up. Furniture, toilet. And then we can put the sinks here and here. And now let's grab the same lights we've been using everywhere. I don't know why that one's not in the corner, but sure. Okay. We got ourselves a new bathroom there. All right. And very generally, if we need it, this could become a meeting room. If we need more eating area, we can make this an eating area. If we need, like, another small department, like if we wanted a legal team, we could put the legal team here. I do like the idea of making these really large floors for a lot of these teams. That seems to be working relatively well. And all that kind of good stuff. So we're getting all of our marketing done. So some of these support contracts are starting to fall off. I think I'm okay with that. So we can get more and more effort into our marketing. So we can get our press release out. Because we're getting this thing done faster than that. Phones for support. So support down here could use phones. The big thing I need to do is rearrange this whole thing where they all need to get phones, and then we're going to need to go through and give them cubicle walls and all that kind of stuff. So realistically, I would range them into rows, where this would butt up against that along here, and then we'd have the cubicle walls down the middle and along the sides. And it wouldn't be a terrible idea. For right now, I'm kind of avoiding and just giving them the notepad, which is still decent for support while not being nearly as powerful as the phone, because it doesn't have the issue of causing stress by being too loud. You're getting really tempted by this game. It's fun. I will warn that the late to mid game, it could get a lot of these bars managing over here. It's a very fun game. It's got a lot of depth to it. But I do always kind of take the point to point out, it's like this starts to get pretty unwieldy late game. Now, there's a thing called project management down here that I want to get using. If you get enough automation on someone, you can make it so that you can say, hey, you're in charge of this software, you know, do this many iterations, do that kind of thing. And it means you can't make the judgment as it goes. You're kind of handing off that micromanaging. But, they do okay. But you end up accidentally intervening sometimes, and then sometimes you accidentally remove something from the project management. It could always be pretty unclear on how you put it back in to get it managed again. So, like, when things are falling behind, you're just like, hey, let me me in here. Alright, so we got that out there. So that lost me a star anyways. The buses are filling up. Consider building a parking lot. Okay, so we did lose a star for that dev job. So that's cool, I guess. I probably needed to tell them to iterate on it. Yes, let's have them do an iteration on that. You can so much with building and constructing. It's almost its own architecture game. If you want to do that, Rual is really doing the bare minimum what's necessary. Yeah, no, there's a lot you could do with that. Alright, so we're now developing Terrible Distro. Okay, so basically they're like, all of this is garbage, you should be ashamed of yourself. Fair. Meanwhile, if I'm going to be expanding our parking lot, we have reached the point where I'm going to need to do some work with that. So you can go to this. That's going to be expensive. We're going to get that. And we're going to have to get that sorted out, but that's fine. So, we can go here. All right. Alright, right now I'm not going to bother connecting it all, but we are going to go ahead and build this out over here. And then once we get there, I'm going to make a connection point for the second or third floor, actually, to bring that over. I just don't have the money to really do that right now. But it should be more parking. We could probably also pick up more stuff here. So how is that going? Yep, so we've made $500,000. We are slowly actually bringing this down. That we are slowly starting to make up. Your company is in debt. Alright, so this is bad news. So the company is debt is one of the worst things you can have, because you have 24 in-game hours, and if you don't happen to be not in debt after that point, it's just game over. So we're going to go ahead and borrow right away. We're going to borrow $200,000. It'll say 6 months. And then the plan will be to pay that off way in advance. I thought you didn't check in sooner. But you're here. Go to jump on stream in a couple of minutes. Hope you're well today. I am. And no problem, FG. So yeah, so we're going to be switching over there in just a minute to collab with FG for more Voyagers of Nira. And I'm down to play more Software Inc. I'm very much enjoying it. It seems like people are also really enjoying this, which is always a good time. Because wait, let's see. Right. So this stream we're fine. Next stream we're fine. The stream after that, I'm going to be starting late, and we'll have a sponsored segment with the modulus and all that stuff. But yeah, again, check out FT Squared. Absolutely fantastic. Fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team that I am on. So definitely someone to check out and all that good stuff. Good times over there. Before I forget, because I will forget this, let's get a couple of contracts queued up here. Because if we don't do that, we can potentially get ourselves in some trouble. We're doing, honestly, really well with a lot of our stuff here. So we can go ahead and do we have... So that's 1992 at the end of the year. 94. Grab that one. I did not check. That requires a 3D artist or a 3D design person. We'll just have to grow into that. Development, that's 1993. We could do that one easy enough. And can we find another design one that's farther out? 93. Sure. Okay, so I'll bring more money in. Alright. But yeah, no, it's been absolutely fantastic. Because buy and play this game, cosplay as a full business outfit, you need to be right back. Yep, no problem. Okay, so what's going to end up happening here, chat, is we are going to go ahead and pause. I'm going to save this game as offline. No, not offline. Don't do that. That's my other save. Online, we save over that one. That was the one we put in like 1 hour and then ended. And with that, what's going to end up happening is over on the YouTube side, the stream is going to come down for a couple minutes while we get ready to switch categories. Over here on the Twitch side, I'm going to step away for just a couple minutes because I need to use the restroom anyway. Then we'll come back with Voyagers of Nira. We're going to be playing that for a couple of hours with FG Squared. And then that'll be like what we're doing for the rest of the stream. And then I do plan to be back here tomorrow to like the next stream. We'll probably do more of this because I'm enjoying this. And people seem to be enjoying it as well. So if you are like, I don't want to see Voyages, don't forget to follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. But I am going to step away quickly, use the restroom, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in.